Good morning, everyone. I'd like to ask you all to stand, please, as we begin this meeting of the Public Accounts Committee with prayer. And I call upon Ms. Julie Hunter to lead us in prayer this morning.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this privilege to come into the committee this morning. Thank you for your many blessings that you've afforded upon each one of us. We thank you for another beautiful day. Thank you that we live in the Cayman Islands where we're free. Lord, we have a lot of freedoms that we enjoy that so many around the world do not have. We pray that you would help us to continually be thankful and grateful for what we have. Thank you for this opportunity. Bless the committee today. Give us wisdom and knowledge. We pray that we might do the work of the country to the best of our ability. But we know that we can only do that through your help. And so we solicit your help this morning and throughout this day and tomorrow as these proceedings continue. Father, for all that you will do, bless the witnesses. Help them, Lord, that in their deliberations and their answers, they might have the wisdom and the knowledge that they not only need as well, but they must have. And Father, for what you do, we'll give you the praise, for we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. And members, we all be seated, please. Thank you all for being here this morning to get this hearing underway. We have had apologies from the Honourable Wayne Panton, a member of this committee, who is unable to be here with us today. Notwithstanding that, we are quorate, and the committee can proceed to conduct its business and this hearing this morning. So I'd like to, welcome everyone from the Auditor General's office as well as the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development. Thankful that you are all here, and I welcome you this morning. From the Auditor General's office, we have Mr. Patrick Smith, who is the Auditor General, and with him this morning is the audit project leader for the report we will be examining this morning, Ms. Brenda Kiyomugisha. Thank you. And finally, Mr. Michael Nixon from the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development, he was the Acting Financial Secretary and Chief Officer of the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development, together with Mr. Matthew Tibbetts, who is the Accountant General. We're here this morning. We are going to be examining the report issued in October 2025 by the Auditor General's Office entitled Financial Reporting of the Cayman Islands Government. It's a general report on the results of the 2024 financial statement audits that were a majority of which were completed last year, but I know that there are still a number of them that are still ongoing and not yet completed. Before we actually begin, and I invite the Auditor General to introduce the report to us this morning, I'd just like to point out and say that the committee has taken a decision that from today and moving forward, we will reintroduce the policy of asking witnesses to make an oath to the committee before giving their testimony. So there are two choices here that witnesses will have. They can take the standard oath. And they can also do an affirmation as a witness before the committee. So it'll be up to the individual to choose which one they give. So with that having been said, I would like to turn matters now over to the Auditor General and ask him to give his introductory remarks to the committee this morning. Auditor General.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Public Accounts Committee, officials from the Ministry of Finance, the listening public, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to make some opening remarks. The report we are considering today is my office's annual general report on the Cayman Islands Government's financial reporting for 2024, which was published on the 3rd of October 2025. The report focuses on the 2024 audits completed by the 10th of September 2025. It summarizes financial results for 2024 highlights significant audit matters, identifies issues on audits, status of audits, including backlog audits and financial reporting. By the 10th of September 2025, I'm pleased to say that 39 of 46 audits of the 2024 financial statements have been concluded. Of these, 38 received a clean or unqualified audit opinion. Overall, these audits covered almost $2 billion of the public sector's $3.7 billion financial transactions in 2024. I will start with a summary of the financial results for 2024, which show a mixed picture. Of the 18 core government audits completed, 11 ministries, portfolios, and offices recorded a surplus, 5 broke even, and 2 recorded a deficit. Overall, these 18 core government entities recorded a combined surplus of $31 million. Of the 21 completed statutory authorities and government companies, I'll call them SAGCs, 15 recorded operating surpluses, 5 made operating deficits, and 1 broke even. Overall, the 21 SAGCs reported a combined operating surplus of $3.8 million. However, it is worth noting that the financial performance of individual public bodies varied significantly. For example, within core government, financial performance ranged from a surplus of almost $16.4 million in 2024 to a deficit of $34,000. SAGC's financial performance ranged from an operating surplus of over $8.5 million to a loss of around $12.4 million. I also want to highlight that the value of SAGC's post-retirement healthcare liability has reached $394 million at December 2024. Within this total, some SAGC's liabilities are significant. For example, the post-retirement healthcare obligations for the Health Services Authority was $221 million, for Water Authority, $57 million, Port Authority, $45 million, and the National Roads Authority, $25 million. I now want to highlight some of the significant issues identified during the audits of the 2024 financial statements. I mentioned earlier that I gave clean audit opinions to 38 of 39 public bodies audited in 2024. However, despite this, the quality of financial submissions needs improvement. I am concerned about the number and monetary value of audit adjustments to the 2024 financial statements that were necessary for clean audit opinions to be given. For the 39 audits reported on, over 336 audit adjustments valued at $150 million were made. These adjustments mean that decisions could have been made based on inaccurate financial information. My report highlights some of the public bodies with high numbers and values of audit adjustments. The Health Services Authority had the highest number and value of adjustments, which was 40 adjustments valued at $63 million. We continue to identify a large number of significant control deficiencies throughout our audits. Of the 39 audits completed, we reported 163 significant issues in our reports to those charged with governance. Of these 163 issues, 68 were identified in core government entities and 95 in statutory authorities and government companies. The issues fall within 5 categories: financial management, non-compliance with acts and regulations, information technology, governance, and value for money. I will briefly discuss some of the significant issues identified. The biggest area of concern is in financial management. We identified and reported 72 significant control deficiencies relating to financial management. These indicate fundamental weaknesses in financial oversight and adherence to statutory requirements. These weaknesses also result in poor quality financial statements being submitted, which may contribute to delays in the completion of audits. Non-compliance with acts and regulations continue to be a very serious concern. we identified and reported 71 issues of non-compliance. The majority of these, 57, related to non-compliance with the Procurement Act, which is concerning as we have raised this issue in previous years. We continue to identify a significant number of direct award violations, failure to obtain proper approval for procurements, and failure to publish contract awards. We also noted several procurements that did not have supporting business cases and a lack of adequate or valid contracts in place. Overall, these matters raise concerns about the value of money being received through procurements. Finally, I will provide some highlights on audit status and audit reporting. As at the 10th of September 2025, 20 audits were backlogged, compared to 18 in 2023. The significant backlog entities include the Ministry of Health, the Cayman Islands Airport Authority, and the entire public sector, which had outstanding audits for at least 4 years or more. We completed 2 backlog audits since the 10th of September 2025. The Cayman Turtle Center 2023, which received a clean audit opinion, but emphasized that the center had concerns about the operating concerns. EPS was also completed for 2021 and received an adverse audit opinion. As at September 2025, 52 annual reports spanning over 5 years from 2020 to 2025 were yet to be tabled in Parliament. 37 of the 52 outstanding reports related to financial year 2024. 31 annual reports have since been tabled, of which 24 relate to the financial year 2024. These delays in the table of annual reports remains an area of concern as it negatively impacts on the level of accountability and transparency in financial reporting. In closing, I would like to acknowledge my team, including Ms. Brenda, and also Mr. Winston Sobers, who's not here, and Mr. Gabriel Nakubi, who's not here, for their role in this report. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Thank you, Auditor General, for that opening statement. We are going to move on now to begin the questioning of our first witness. We have the Chief Officer from the Ministry of District Administration and Home Affairs, Mr. Michael Ebanks, and the former Chief Financial Officer of the Ministry of Home Affairs, which is now the Ministry of District Administration and Home Affairs, Mr. Carol Cooper. They will be our first witnesses. I'd like to call them into the chamber. Mr. Ebanks and Mr. Cooper, I'm going to ask you if you would first take the oath for us, please. Your choice as to whether you actually swear the oath or you affirm it. So I'll ask you first, Mr. Ebanks.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and to members. Affirmation of the witness. Michael Ebanks, Chief Officer for the Ministry of District Administration and Home Affairs. I do solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give this honourable Parliament shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper.
Carol Cooper, Chief Financial Officer. Affirmation. I do solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give this honorable parliament shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, sir, and good morning to you both. Happy New Year, and welcome to this Public Accounts Committee meeting this morning, where we are examining the Auditor General's report on the results of the 2024 financial audits. We are going to commence with your questioning and taking your testimony before the committee. And this section of the report is going to be, the question is going to be led by Mr. Kenneth Ryan. But before we actually begin, I do have a short opening statement that I would like to make in my capacity as chair. So I might try here to set the tone for this morning's hearing. So the Auditor General's 2024 General Report on the results of financial audits presents a comprehensive overview of the financial performance and audit findings of public bodies for the year ended December 31st, 2024. Whilst most public bodies received unqualified or what we call clean audit opinions, the report identifies significant and persistent concerns relating to the quality of financial statements submitted for audit, widespread non-compliance with the Procurement Act, and various governance and internal control deficiencies across the public sector. The report notes that 336 audit adjustments valued at $150 million were made to financial statements after submission. These adjustments indicate that financial decisions may have been made during the year based on inaccurate financial information. Additionally, the report identifies 163 significant findings across 39 audited public bodies with financial management and non-compliance with acts and regulations representing the most critical areas of concern. Further, the report indicated some financial pressure for some public bodies as they have consistently reported deficits or losses year on year. Now, in past years, the PAC has invited the Deputy Governor, Financial Secretary, and other senior officials to discuss these thematic issues. However, this year, the PAC has decided to invite witnesses from several public bodies to discuss these matters. As such, we will be focusing on specific matters relating to these public bodies. As I welcome and thank the witnesses, and thank you for being here today. And with that short statement, I will turn matters over to Mr. Bryan for him to begin the questioning of these.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Chairman, I would like to just say a quick word just before we get started, particularly for our listening audience. We are here today to review the Auditor General's 2024 report. It is a vital process to maintaining our transparency and our financial health of our country. Our objective here today is not to cast blame, but to understand the significant concerns that were raised by the Auditor General. To our witnesses that are here now and those to come, we appreciate your presence and we recognize the challenges that you face in governing the administration of our country. However, it is our duty to ensure that the public funds are managed with the highest level of integrity to protect the national financing. So let us proceed with the goal of strengthening our public institutions for the benefit of all Caymanians and those who call Cayman their home. With that being said, I want to say good morning, special good morning to our witnesses, Mr. Michael Ebanks and Mr. Cooper, both people who I know very well. We're going to focus on what was said in the Auditor General's report, and I'm just going to take some comments that I'm quite sure both of you have seen in respect to the relevant areas of responsibility that you have. So we have noted that the Ministry of Home Affairs have received an unqualified, better known as clean for those who are listening, audit opinion for 2024. Typically, Core government entities budget to make a surplus or, at the very least, break even. Ministry of Home Affairs recorded a deficit in each of the last 3 years, so they didn't make the mark that they normally would like to do, cumulatively totaling to approximately $2.3 million, almost $2.9 million, almost $3 million. So for 2024, the most recent year, the deficit is amounted to $34,000 after budgeting to a break even. So, and for 2024, the ministry has reported that this deficit was primarily due to higher than anticipated litigation expenses, which happens. So my first question is, what are the reasons and the nature for these year-on-year deficits that the ministry is having? And is it something that needs to be fixed? Because 3 years in a row, have you made any attempts to rectify this? Is this something systematic that we need to know about? And can you give us an indication of what the future will be like in respect to these reports?
Mr. Chairman, through you, thank you to the member for that question and the observation. If I might, Mr. Chairman, before initially answering the question, express on behalf of the entire ministry that our partnership with the Office of the Auditor General has been phenomenal. We certainly view them as a critical friend, as we do the PAC. It's our privilege and honor to be here before the PAC this morning. To the member's question, the nature of work at the Ministry of Home Affairs is one of security and public safety. In the majority of instances, a 365, 7 days a week operation around the clock, so to speak. In many instances, what that means is the volatility of service demand can fluctuate beyond what is typically forecasted from hindsight. In numerous instances, we may have extended, prolonged, unforeseen operations. The nature of the Ministry of Home Affairs also is that we do not work necessarily in just the silo of Home Affairs, but the nature of security and public safety work extends itself way outside of the ministry. That translates to indirect pressures from other partners, where law enforcement activity, for example, may drive successes. Downstream, that may create pressures on other aspects of the public safety and security apparatus. Those fluctuations that you're referring to year on year have a lot to do with that, in particular, as the OAG highlighted, overtime. Again, directly related to irregular activity that is difficult to forecast.
Thank you so much, Chief Officer. And it sounds pretty logical because you can't really predict, security matters that will pop up. So you're right to have that volatility, so to speak. But there are other procedures available to you to adjust as you go, permissions for monies, cabinet papers, and so forth, so that at the end of the year, the audit is clean and better representative of the truth. Would you say that you're doing a good enough job in a quick enough manner that you don't have deficits reported?
Mr. Chairman, to the member's question, I'd like to see that the 2024 number was declining from a year-on-year perspective. I think that speaks to our heads of department in particular, looking at how we can better forecast operations that by their nature are volatile. They certainly do have the assurance and commitment of the ministry in terms of gatekeepers of funding and access to cabinet for extended funding if necessary. What we're directing our heads of department to do, strengthening that forecast so that requests don't necessarily need to come to the cabinet or otherwise too far down in the year when things are lost, so to speak. So strengthening the forecasting, sir, is at the top of the agenda to avoid those future instances.
Okay, perfect. Through this exercise of examination with you as a witness, it's also important to let the public understand, because this is not, again, like I said in my opening, not a cast and blame. The public needs to understand if your ministry has had some failings, what it is it realistic, is it understandable? So I want you to go back now to your first part about the volatility and security measures and give a real-life example so people can understand and say, listen, we didn't budget for this, didn't plan, it just so happened. And the first thing that comes to my mind is Cubans coming in, right? You didn't plan that. Can you give the public, a listening audience, an example so your ministry could be fairly examined in the public's eye?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for this opportunity, in fact, to do so. What I'm about to say is a description of how upstream pressures translate to downstream pressures, where the Home Affairs is only involved in the downstream consequential impact. Your example is a prime example, where the irregular arrival of migrants into the country forces a downstream issue for, in our case, the prison service, where overtime then is leveraged in order to provide security services in partnership with Customs and Border Control. Another example, if I might, is relative to the year 2024, having a major national criminal event in a public forum drive the need for an immediate multi-agency response. And under Home Affairs, the Department of Public Safety Communications is a key part of that, was a key part of that immediate solution. That translated into us being able to put solutions in place very quickly that we might not have otherwise forecasted if it was not for this event that took place. We feel we have a duty to cooperate and provide those solutions as a continuum of public safety. But I think we appreciate that the difficulty in forecasting comes when we're unable to know when there might be, in this instance, an unfortunate public shooting.
Yeah.
But our response to that was immediate, yet unforecasted.
All right. Well, thank you for that. I'm happy that you've gotten the opportunity to give real-life examples. But I also have to highlight that you have provisions available to your ministry to ensure that by the end of the year you can rectify those so you don't have this situation that has recurred 3 years in a row. And I also want to highlight the fact that with your ministry being one that is exposed to volatility, you should be more mindful within your ministry to keep ahead of it and prepare. Because at the end of the day, the PAC and the Auditor General's job is to ensure that you are having reports on time and with it a balance or at the very least a surplus. Because we will continue to examine and accuse and say you're not doing your job according to the law. And we don't want to do that unnecessarily. I've heard you say there's a commitment, a reassured commitment to doing that. Can you give any examples of that before we move on to the next set of questions, please?
Mr. Chairman, through you to the member. Mr. Chairman. Yes, following the OAG's report and identification of issues, it was clear to me that that presented actually a roadmap for the ministry to tighten our internal controls, which is why at the outset I made a point to thank the OAG as a critical friend. Their report findings and recommendations has directly translated into a program of work that I undertook over 2025 to reduce some of those issues that were presented from a preventative standpoint. Some of those included the onboarding of an enterprise risk management framework in coordination with the wider civil service. But having recognized that that was an opportunity, I put forward our ministry as a leader for that pilot program. That came with a series of training opportunities for various managers, supervisors, and leaders to better equip us to manage these risks. The ministry has trialed a new post, a strategic advisor, part of the executive group, and reporting directly to the chief officer. That individual's portfolio is directly related to enterprise risk management. Their responsibilities include contract tracking, KPI development and tracking. It also includes enterprise risk management and the development of risk registers in conjunction with the Office of the Deputy Governor's initiative for ERM. Those are just 3 points, sir, but I do have others to demonstrate that that assurance I referenced earlier on is a true reference, and it was actively demonstrated in 2025. I might point out that as recent as 2 months ago, the ministry hosted a good governance workshop for our leaders, managers, supervisors, and anybody involved in the procurement exercises. That was a workshop delivered in coordination, again, with our partners from the Central Procurement Office, the Internal Audit Service, and our Enterprise Risk Management Office. So demonstrating that capacity building for our personnel is at the heart of how we are hoping to resolve some of these risk management issues. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, CEO. Sounds very detailed, and I know the Auditor General's office is taking note, and it's on public record. So we'll continue to monitor and see. Hopefully, those improvements will result in no more deficits in respect to our annual reports. But before I move on to the next subject of questioning, which has to do a little bit more with your compliance to the Procurement Act, I want to ask if my colleagues have any questions in this space.
I do. Mr. Chairman, through you, and I want to thank both the Chief Officer and the CFO for attending. Just in terms of understanding your ministry, and I'm looking at your financial statements here, your revenues are pretty much all from Cabinet. Barring the fees that CBC would collect, your revenues are pretty much all from Cabinet, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's absolutely correct. Just to draw the point, though, that Customs and Border Control would not have been under the Minister's remit relative to the financial statements being examined.
Even better for what I'm getting at. So just so I'm clear, the departments we're looking at is Her Majesty's Prison, Department of District Admin, Department of Public Safety Communications, Cayman Islands Fire Service, Cayman Islands Cadet Corps, and which other ministry would we be looking at, or department?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. District Admin was the only one on your list so far that would not be included.
Okay, even better. So for prison and public safety and fire and all of that, how much revenues will those departments make each year?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not a material amount.
Okay, so the point I'm making is this, though. What I'm trying to get at is in terms of your deficit, how much of your deficit really is a timing issue? Because you have some expenses that you would, once you go past the year end, you would have realized that when you're doing your adjustments and everything else that this I didn't accrue for, because I'm assuming that most of these would be accrual expenses that would have basically drive your deficit. And those are things that you would not know post or until after the year end. So in essence, then your deficit is more a timing issue, because if your revenues are coming from Cabinet, there are some things that you will not know by December 31 at the end of the year. And there are things that you will want to find out once you're doing your accrual post year end that, oh, I need the funding for this, but unfortunately year end would have closed and you would not have gotten the funds. I'm trying to understand if the deficit is more timing than anything else.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So thank you for your question. So with prison in particular, there are two major expenses for them. One has to do with healthcare for the inmates. And this is also very volatile and uncertain. So I recall we did have a number of cases that throughout the year, and particularly down to the end of the year too, that were significant. In both ways, the healthcare cost as well as the overtime cost to the prison officers. As you can understand, it requires 24-hour presence by the prison officers. So those are examples of major costs for prison that it's difficult to understand how what the final numbers will be.
So in essence, then your deficit spending is really a timing issue, because you would not have known some expenses by the time the year end. Because what I don't want is like the listening public to sit down and believe that, you guys are running a deficit when in fact you really have no revenues. All your revenues come from government. Your departments don't make any money. Fire don't make any money. Prison really don't make any money, other than maybe selling whatever it is that they sell. So it's not something for us to lose sleep over. But you touched on two things there that I want to go on. Your litigation expenses. Now, what exactly, your litigation expenses being idle expenses, what were those litigation expenses related to?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the member, the majority are for those litigation costs which seem to have been driven by main cases related to pensions and to other HR matters that were driven by our Attorney General's chambers in terms of representing government and arriving at a settlement that was not necessarily budgeted around one particular cost. Again, a forecasting issue where might not necessarily know the end result, given that process and how that works.
Okay, just for the record, no, because I'm going to put something in the public domain, which is something I'll be pushing back for. Those litigation expenses that relates to pension were related to those that should have been on defined benefit versus defined contribution, correct?
Mr. Chairman, through you, there were some of those cases.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, the reason why I'm raising that, because I think at the end of the day, central government or public service need to go back to defined benefit pension plan. This defined contribution, this not gonna work. But I will leave that because that is something, some planting out there. Now, the other issue of medical expenses, those medical expenses, how many, well, I don't think you may have this number now, but how much of those funds relate to medical expenses for non-Caymanian prisoners, one, and then two, of those non-Caymanian prisoners, and you can provide this answer at a later date, I don't expect you to have this, of those non-Caymanian prisoners, how much of them, or what of them, or what percentage of them are non-violent people? In other words, people that we can basically deport, get go, and save the country a ton of the money. Because I will say right now, I do have a fundamental problem. While I expect that we have a duty care to prisoners, for non-Caymanian prisoners that are non-violent, if they're going to cost us a lot of money medically, is there any thought given to us sending these people home early back to their country, for their own country to take care of them, or work out some arrangement where they can continue their service or their prison service in a different country and not run up those medical costs here?
Mr. Chairman, through you to the member, the prison service and that process is bound by the law, and the amount of time in which someone would have to serve their sentence before those options could be exercised are set out in legislation. So to your point, that is a policy decision that can certainly be revised if it's found necessary to do so.
Okay, well, in the meantime, I think, I don't know for other committee members, but I would like a breakdown of those medical costs between Caymanian versus non-Caymanian. And then of the non-Caymanian, what is basically violent versus non-violent people for the reason they're incarcerated. Those are pretty much my questions on this topic at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The ministry notes the members' questions and requests.
Go ahead, and Mr. Tatum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I also welcome the witnesses and Happy New Year to you both. Your previous answer referenced an enterprise risk management framework or enterprise risk management several times. For our benefit and for the benefit of those listening in the public, could you expand upon that a bit and just explain exactly what that is and how that will benefit you in terms of assisting with your your cost problem or your deficit issue? As it was just noted, though, whether it's deficit or you don't really make revenues, it's up to the government to fund the amounts that you need.
Mr. Chairman, through you and to the member, thank you for the opportunity. Enterprise risk management as a concept is fairly new in as much as our commitment to mature it as a part of the organization's functioning. Every organization determines that are presented based on the activities that are currently happening. That obviously, in and of itself, presents a challenge. But we are moving not just from writing down our risks independently and in silos, but rather trying to capture our entire enterprise's set of risks so that we aren't working on those challenges independently, but taking a more holistic, multi-ministry, multi-agency approach to risks that, in fact, we all share as common risks relative to the outcomes, especially those set out in the SPS.
Mr. Chairman, through you, Thank you for that very much. You mentioned that, did I hear this correct, there's an individual that's now hired to assist you in that process?
Mr. Chairman, through you, the Office of the Deputy Governor undertook to onboard a Chief Risk Officer who has been tasked with a portfolio of responsibility. In response to that, and certainly on the heels of the OAG's report, the Ministry of Home Affairs recognized the need to introduce a particular post to offset our risks. And that is a strategic advisor post that the ministry has been trialing. Responsibilities in that post include contract tracking, KPI development and tracking, procurement awareness and capacity building. And of course, the enterprise risk management part of it entails developing risk registers, not just for the core ministry, but making sure that risk registers are embedded in each of our departments as well too.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I compliment you on that. The DG did mention at a previous hearing the risk management that he's putting in place. I'm very pleased to hear that you've incorporated that also within the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ebanks, I just wanted to go back briefly to the losses that you'd accumulated over the last 3 years at roughly $3 million. Can you explain, for the benefit of the committee and listening public as well, what actually happens here in terms of how those losses, accumulated losses, are actually dealt with in the ministry's financial statements? And I'm thinking, does it require that you additional funding from central government, from the Treasury, to ensure that the ministry remains solvent, if I might use that term? Or, I mean, have you got sufficient cash to help cover the related liabilities that obviously are driving the losses?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. In consultation with CFO, just to confirm, yes, that some of what is driving that is related to non-cash items, but also, though, to say that we are cognizant of the volatility in our operations and the need to pay close attention to that forecasting element so that if supplementary funding may be necessary, we're able to achieve that sooner rather than later. I just wish to underscore, though, that forecasting those irregular activities is certainly a challenge, but I am pleased to say that we have taken a much more multi-agency approach to looking at these enterprise risk issues, and I'm hopeful that that collective approach brings us closer to a better forecasting model.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, just on that topic, what I can say, because I went and got a copy of their financial statements, and what I can say is that for the end of 2024, that they had sufficient reserves in the positive to absorb the losses. So it's actually not really an issue.
That's the assurance I was seeking, because I mean, I noted, loss of 34,000 for 2024. Not at all bothered with that. As far as I'm concerned, you broke even, and so I just wanted to understand, and what he has said really has given me that assurance and reassurance that I was seeking. So appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, just one final question. Your question reminded me of something I wanted to ask. So if I could, reference was made earlier on to overtime. I don't have the numbers for that here, but is that a significant issue? I think was that a prison you were referring to?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a member, in fact, the prison service and the fire service were both drivers of overtime for very similar reasons, in as much that operations that are not forecasted necessarily lead to extended activity and the need for personnel above and beyond what is typically rostered in any one setting. We don't just have the internal drivers from, for example, fires or car accidents or other firefighting services, but we also, as I was explaining earlier on, we have the downstream effect of the activities of other departments and operations within the wider public safety and security space.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the witness for that. So what I'm hearing is that the issue is not so much insufficient staffing, because often that's a cause for a lot of overtime, regular staff having to pick up slack, but it's more an issue of unexpected things happening, accidents and fires or whatever, and therefore having to use the existing personnel. But in terms of a staffing issue, as far as you're concerned, there's no need for additional staffing to solve the overtime problem.
Mr. Chairman, we certainly do have a capacity issue in terms of matching human resources to demand. However, I can say that through the government, we have presented solutions to that, in as much as increasing, for example, the personnel with the fire department. That has led to a direct translation, in addition to other strategic measures, a decline in the overtime at the fire service, as the OAG report kindly pointed out. For the fire service, we have a number of other more complex drivers of overtime that present challenges to us. So to your point, there are two departments that are encountering this issue.
I thank the witness for those answers. I will leave it there. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, through you, CO, I recognize that there's a lot of reasons for potentially not seeing your expenses. And I see that there's a lot of highlighted topics to give sympathy to you. But unfortunately, I have to rein it back in now, because there are structures upon which you can do better at projections, as well as be closer with your minister about getting supplementaries before the end of the year. At the end of the day, if these reports are not adequately ready, those authorities in policing of our country's entire public sector can't do their job. So though I may be sympathized with it, I'm going to say that unfortunately your ministry just has to do a better job. And I'm hoping, though, that there's been a window of sympathy available to you today, that the things that you said before we went into the other line of questioning will rectify, even with those difficulties of difficulty for projecting over time. Like, to be honest with you, I personally do not accept that projecting over time is something that can't be rectified in a timely manner, because it tells me that those entities who are in charge needs to know their manpower, or should I say personnel power, not man, because there's a lot of strong women out there doing the job as well, better with their projections of the employees that they need. So it trickles down not only from a ministry but down to the entity, so that it doesn't come back on you to say, oh, I now have to get you money because you didn't plan right. So the question is simply this: are you confident that the things you have now in place and the things the Attorney General office has queried about your process will be rectified, so we don't have this problem? Regardless of whether it's 34, it shouldn't be 34,000. It should be none. The total amount is $3 million over 3 years. And if you want to just break it into 3 parts, it's $1 million a year. So as much as I want to be sympathetic, I want to know that it's not going to continue. So are you confident in the things that you're doing?
Mr. Chairman, to the member, I certainly share your exact concern as a chief officer for the ministry, recognizing that pattern and trend. I do have confidence that the program of work that we've identified is a logical one. I'm not saying that in isolation. As I mentioned earlier on, I do have the good advice and support of not only the OAG, but also key partners like the Internal Audit Service, our Enterprise Risk Management Office, and the Central Procurement Office. So I believe, sir, I have surrounded myself with the key advisors to tackle the issues identified in the OAG's report.
All right. Thank you so much, CEO. We're going to move on now to another area which has to do with the Procurement Act compliance. And this part is a little bit, I don't think you're going to get as much sympathy as you got before. in respect to this space. But just to give you some context before we open up the line of questioning, the 2024 audit identified 20 incidences of non-compliance with the Procurement Act. And the procurement regulations at the Ministry of Home Affairs through the ISA 260-page report, the Ministry of Home Affairs awarded contracts without complying with statutory requirements, including, and I list, 3 contracts for the supplying of food to the prison totaling $1.2 million were awarded without the required approvals of the Public Procurement Committee, or the publication of the award notices, and this transparency is necessary for the scrutiny and compliance to make sure that there is no funny business happening. The procurement regulation requires that all contracts exceeding $250,000 be approved by the PPC. In addition, a contract for preventative maintenance valued $259,000 was awarded without proper business case approval and PPC endorsement. So the people who are charged with keeping an eye on this didn't get a chance to even look at it. These 4 contracts violated 16 aspects of the Procurement Act and the related regulations. Now, these violations represent a clear failure to comply with the statutory procurement requirements and raise concerns about the transparency and accountability of the ministry and its process for procurements. So the first question is, can you tell me why those contracts missed the procurement process? Let's just start there.
Mr. Chairman, through you. In relation to the prison service and the contracts relative to the supply of food, I think it's important for the committee to appreciate the context in which the prison service is operating and how this relates to the department's operations. Within the prison service, the distribution, the supply and distribution of food is not just a day-to-day activity, but it is one of operational necessity, and if not managed correctly in terms of the continuity of that supply, in other words, that's to say the disruption of that supply may well escalate to a security issue. So the supply and distribution of food within the prison service is paramount to good order and safety. And we have encountered instances in the past before where being down in terms of that supply has in fact caused operational issues. For the benefit of the prison service and keeping continuity with that food supply, there are 3 main suppliers that are able to achieve, I guess, meet their demand. Within that context, however, not every supplier has everything that the prison service may need. That's one aspect to consider. The second aspect to consider is that there is not a storage facility for mass bulk buying for extended periods of time. And so the purchasing for the prison service is an ongoing activity that is in and of itself relatively stable, but responsive to the movement of the number of prisoners that we have within the prison service. That context is the basis for why there was not one procured solution for the supply of food. The prison service has, though, with the support of the Central Procurement Office, sat down and looked at this context, and we have found a bespoke solution that allows the prison service to be able to tender for services in a way that we can give assurance of that continuity of food supply. And I am very grateful to the CPO for their advice and guidance. The business case in that regard has been completed. It has been reviewed by the EPC, and our next step would be to tender that in the public domain.
Thank you, CO. I do agree with you that God forbid the prisoners don't get their food, you can have a serious problem on your hands. So there's a level of sympathy from that perspective. Can I take it that you're saying that you fixed this problem whereby procurement procedures will not be missed anymore, so that a contract for food would never not see the eyes that are necessary to oversee it? That wouldn't happen again, is what you're saying?
That is, Mr. Chairman, through you, that is certainly the undertaking that I've given here today.
Thank you, CEO. So can we just get into those, because we see it as a failing, maybe non-intentional, which gets into the questioning of those who are responsible for understanding the procurement procedures within the ministry. So let's talk about your ministry's staff and their understanding and training around the Procurement Act. Do you think your ministry and those who are involved specifically in that, because not everybody in your ministry has to deal with the money stuff, but those who are tied directly to ensuring that the requirements as per the Procurement Act are completed, are they fully trained and up to par, or do you think there needs to be some excessive training or more? What is your viewpoint on that?
Mr. Chairman, through you, certainly we are never in a position to rest on our laurels, as it may. And as I mentioned earlier, I am grateful to the OAG for highlighting some of these deficiencies and giving us the opportunity to remedy them. We do have room to grow in terms of how we are managing our risks at the ministry, and certainly across CIG as a whole, but in particular and specific to the ministry, the undertakings that we went after in 2025, I believe, give me grounds to give the assurance to you as I did earlier on. We have introduced a post, as I mentioned, specifically called the Strategic Advisor, but more importantly, the responsibilities of that portfolio speak directly to giving the ministry the benefit of oversight in the core to help offset some of these risks that are on the operational side of the ministry's business. So we've introduced a key post. We've put into that post responsibilities, not just for the monitoring of the activity, but also the building of capacity and capability around procurement. Working with the Central Procurement Office, we are definitely extending training and development opportunities across our ministry. And one of the key steps that we took in 2025 in fully establishing our EPC is to ensure that our EPC now comprises a representative from all of our departments. That was a deliberate step to give myself assurance that we had a level of standardization on our EPC so that best practices weren't just sitting within the EPC, but those best practices could be devolved out into those respective departments. So again, sir, I can't impress enough the collaborative and collective approach to mitigating some of these risks, but starting within the core to make sure we have capacity, that was certainly top of mind for me.
Thank you so much, CEO. Before I hand it over to my colleagues to open up further questions about procurement, I got to ask you about 3 more questions. Let's start with, why do you think it's important that we have a Procurement Act and procurement procedures? Because the public, they'll hear Procurement Act and there's a reason for it, right? And it protects the people. But I want them to hear it from you, of your understanding of why it's important that we do not miss procurements in these types of situations.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. To the member's point, our stability and prosperity as a country hinges in many ways on our ability to demonstrate good governance, not just locally, but internationally. It is a jurisdictional, reputational issue, which I take personally. And I also take it personally on behalf of the government, to your point, because we are responsible for public funds. The Procurement Act is one instrument of that good governance apparatus that the country has. I believe it's a strong mechanism for good governance. I believe that our training and awareness across our civil service could be enhanced. And the more that we know, the stronger we are as a civil service to not just comply with those instruments, but also advocate for their compliance. And that was one of the reasons, as I mentioned, to have an EPC that isn't just comprised of specialists or members from my executive team, but an EPC inclusive of all of our departments, demonstrating that we're all sharing in this risk, and we all need to be a part of that solution together.
Thank you so much. I want to flip the switch a little bit now. We know that it's not a good look when anybody doesn't adhere to the Procurement Act. But we've also heard the other side of the conversation, which is the Procurement Act sometimes hinders the ability for government to deliver policy, or sometimes the Procurement Act may end up trying to secure and protect money, but end up costing us time and the obligations for reports and business cases and so forth, particularly when the money gets larger. Some people are of the view that maybe it's time to review it and the amounts that are obligated for certain procurement requirements. And what I'm trying to get at is, do you think that the Procurement Act is doing what it's intended to do? Is there any truth to some sentiments of it's becoming a bureaucracy exercise and it's not really doing what it was supposed to do, or not its entirety, or maybe the levels upon which it's at? Because currently, you know, you're required at 250. Should it be at 500,000, or should it be down to 100,000? Based on your everyday experience as a chief officer, because sometimes people say, oh, you know, we can't get the thing done that we need to do, particularly politicians and policymakers who want to deliver services, projects, and all of these things. So I'm getting into the whole ethos of procurement. Do you think it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do? Do you think there's scope for amendment, and your real life experiences every day?
Mr. Chairman, through you. Our procurement legislation, I believe, is a strong piece of good governance legislation. And without speaking on behalf of the OAG, they may feel the same way as well. I believe, really and truly, it is about promoting capacity building and allowing our staff, our members, from top to bottom in our organizations to understand, as you are pointing out, the value of good governance and the role of procurement in good governance. This is about, I believe, in my mind, connecting individuals across our departments to the why. And it's the why that you're driving at in terms of how do we sustain good governance if we don't have individuals with skill sets and motivations to drive compliance with procurement or otherwise. My experience has been that the Procurement Act is doing what it was intended to do. And that is to demonstrate to the international community and certainly the local community that we take public funds seriously and the expenditure of those seriously. I don't underestimate the responsibility sort of encapsulated in that statement. And so to your point, every dollar matters. And I certainly will not debate that $1 necessarily is valued more than another, so to speak. My focus over 2025 on receiving this report has been what can I do from the chief officer post to drive prevention, and what that has translated to, as I mentioned earlier on, is a program of work where I've deliberately tried to impress on managers and leaders and anyone who has responsibility for procurement that we do need to be deliberate and we do need to take the time necessary to ensure and demonstrate that compliance. That then obligates us to be better at strategic planning and the forecasting, which we were talking about earlier in the other line of questioning. So I think that just in and of itself demonstrates that this is all tied together.
Thank you so much, and I hope my delivery wasn't one of suggesting the Procurement Act be, taken away, but more so examine maybe the thresholds. I was focusing more on the thresholds. Do you think the thresholds is enough? Do you think they should be even tightened or even loosened? And that's really the question I was trying to ask on your day-to-day experience with it.
Mr. Chairman, through you, and apologies for not getting to the question. Thanks for restating it. I believe it is not a question about the thresholds. I think it is an issue of the procedures that are in place behind and in front of those gateways. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And last but more important question for now is, have all the contracts issued in 2025 been identified, any additional compliance breaches? Has there been any other breaches other than, because we specified one, right? This the prison situation. Within your ministry, is there any other breaches or concerns that we should be examining today that you can say rectify, whether it's with the other entities or so forth?
Mr. Chairman, what I can say is I mentioned the strategic advisor post that is within the core ministry at the moment, and part of that officer's remit is to thoroughly and comprehensively examine our contracts across all of the ministry. So as I am here today, I don't have any others that we are actively pursuing that I can communicate to you. But what I can say is that we are not stopping there. It is a proactive approach to make sure that we are actively tracking contracts that are in place and managing those and managing the procurement of future contracts as well too.
Thank you, CEO.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to the listening public and to our officers, Michael and, CEO and Mr. Cooper. A couple of quick questions for me. Just wondering, CEO, how quickly do you know, or how quickly is it brought to your attention when the Procurement Act has been broken? Like when there's something that's gone wrong, do you know as you're going along, or when it's happened, or are you not aware of that until like the AG report is done?
Mr. Chairman, through you. Thank you, ma'am, for the question. In many instances, we have built in the mechanisms so that oversight is delivered and that the chief officer is receiving updates and information without being necessarily inundated. That said, there are clearly issues highlighted by the OAG that demonstrate that in the case of the Ministry of Home Affairs, I certainly did need to put mechanisms, additional mechanisms in place to ensure that if it wasn't myself as the chief officer receiving information, that in fact the correct other officer or officers have the opportunity to receive that information. That again is part of the reason why we took some deliberate steps over 2025 to build capability and enhance those mechanisms, whether through training, through different policies and procedures, also the EPC, and expanding our departments on that. So we are actively and always trying to improve lines of communication in a way that improves our risk management. And this report certainly tells me that we have work to do. What I am thankful is that I'm able to say that in light of that, we are making inroads as we've been discussing this morning.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for that. That's exactly what I was thinking, because if you're being made aware of it as you go along, instead of having to wait until the end of the year when the report is done, then I'm saying to myself, then there could be less infractions going forward. Once you now put, recommendations, staffing, and all that in place, so that you will know what's happening. Is there any cases where the Procurement Act is not being followed, but like there is scope for you all to say, we can go outside of the Procurement Act, but it can be authorized, or is that not a possibility at all? Once it's in the Act, it has to go purely by what the Act says, or you'll get an infraction, if you understand what I'm asking. Or can there be like some leeway where you can say, well, it's an emergency, we have to do this, so, this is how we need to act in this instance?
Mr. Chairman, through you to the member's question. My response to the member's earlier question on sort of the status of the Procurement Act was such because, in my view, we have a mechanism in place now that makes sense. And if we are able to have lines of communication that are strong, I'm hopeful that we can offset what you're pointing out.
Okay. And then my final question. I know you said that you have a business case completed. And to me, that sounds sort of like a workaround has been formed for, I don't know if that was to let you know or to advise you quicker, but can you elaborate a little bit more on that, what the business case entailed, so that we as a committee and listening public could kind of know what's in that business case and how that will help? And also if the new employee that you mentioned is a part of that business case and what you're proposing.
Right. The process of business case development is one of explaining the risk at hand, presenting possible solutions, and then evaluating what would give us not just value for money, but also sort of operational delivery. And in that sense, the business case has been developed. As I was mentioning earlier on, our work and cooperation with the Central Procurement Office has allowed us to move from business case to the development of an RFP, and specific to the prison service, an RFP that allows them to have continuity with their specific services as it relates to food supply.
You're saying that that is another process in place of the procurement?
Yes, ma'am. So the procurement process itself is governed by legislation, and in that legislation there are various thresholds and financial gateways for levels of approval. And in that process is what I'm referring to.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, just to make sure I'm clear, that I'm clear. What I thought I understood from you earlier on was that there is now an arrangement, you just referred to it as a mechanism in place already that that has solved the issue for the prison in terms of having a variety of people that they can actually go to for procurement. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, through you, that's correct. The business case has been developed to examine that specific context, if you like, and we're developing a solution that meets those needs, but also allows us to comply fully with procurement regulations.
Thank you very much. So the mechanism or arrangement is not yet in place. It is being fleshed out with this. It's currently being fleshed out.
That's correct, sir. That would be the outcome of the public tender.
Of the business case.
Yeah.
Can you say some more about exactly what that solution might look like?
It needs to be a solution where the prison service has assurance of food supply. In other words, assurance of that disruption of the food supply is not going to occur and lead to operational and security risks. So that is what we are focused on, is how can we create a solution that is fair, is transparent, it's competitive, but it also allows us at the same time to ensure business continuity where stopping the supply of food is really not an option for us within the prison service context.
Mr. Chairman, just for a bit more clarity, maybe it's just me, but a bit more clarity. When you say a solution, because from my perspective, maybe I'm just being oversimplistic, but the prison just needs the authority to be able to purchase from, I think you said it was three sets of businesses. So you need to be able to purchase from 3 sets of businesses depending on the needs.
That's absolutely correct.
So that is the solution you're looking to have?
Yes, sir.
So why does that need a business case?
Because it is a procurement of services to a level, the accumulated amount, right, reaches that level, which is governed by procurement regulations and legislation. So that says that we're required to produce a business case before a tender and before a contract. Okay,
sounds a little complicated to me, but again, I may be missing something. Are you happy that you're very close to having that, what you call a solution in place? Because obviously it doesn't sound like it's something, it sounds like it's an ongoing need, and it's not just something that happens occasionally. So is that solution, as you call it, would that be in place shortly, or how far away is that?
Yes, sir. The business case itself has been approved by the EPC, and with the cooperation and support from the Central Procurement Office, the next step would be the public tender for those services. which is essentially imminent at this point.
So there'll be a tender for you to be able to access these other companies to be able to purchase from. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and you're anticipating that will be completed. Business case is done. Not far from now, the problem will be solved from your perspective. It's not going to drag out another 6 months.
No, I couldn't see how it would go another 6 months. My expectation would be that the tendering process would happen in Q1 of this year, which would then lead us into a contractual arrangement, presumably way ahead of the 6-month marker that you mentioned.
Certainly hope so. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Saunders?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, before I ask the witnesses, I just want to understand something from the Auditor General directly. It says 3 contracts for the supply of food to the prison totaling $1.2 million were awarded without the required approval. Now, was that a series of contracts over a period of time that then totaled that went above the limit? Was that how this happened?
Through Mr. Chairman, this amount basically related to 3 separate vendors. I can give the individual amounts. There was one vendor that was $579,000, one was $3,073, and the other was $243,000. So it's actually 3 separate vendors basically that actually accumulated to that amount of $1.1 million.
Yeah, and the $579,000, for example, was that over a period of time? So that would have been how many transactions?
I don't have the details of transactions, but that would have occurred basically during the course of the year, January 1 to December 31st, 2024.
So it'd probably be several. No,
Yeah.
the reason why I'm asking that question is, first of all, what is the total amount of money that we spend on the prison food program? Ballpark, roughly.
Through you, Mr. Chair, for 2024, that was about $950,000. And just to address that point, it's many transactions, so it's the accumulative effect of it. So at the end so with those 3 or 4 vendors, you're looking at a series of several contracts. Because as the chief officer said before, there's a lack of storage space. So they do weekly purchases to maintain their supplies.
That's the point I'm actually getting at, because at the end of the day, so you're talking about a series of contracts. I mean, how many vendors you're talking about that actually provide supplies to the prison? About 3 or 4? Okay, so about 3 or 4. And so all of these would have been over an accumulated period. Now, so each purchase individual would have been under the $250,000 limit, correct? So it'd be like 40,000 here, 50,000 here, and then over a period of time, then they would add up past the threshold. Now, the law as it stands, if my memory serves me right, also allows the provision of single providers. In other words, you all can make the case in the sense of this person is just a single provider, so it'd be Uncle Clem's, Progressive, maybe Kirk's, maybe Foster's. I mean, it's not that many people or different merchants or vendors that you can buy stuff from. So my question in all of that then is, from an entity procurement standpoint, from a ministry procurement standpoint, where the law allows you to document the reason why there's a single provider, because these are all small, why wasn't that option used instead of basically just, I'm leaving it as is, because that option is available to you under the law? Why wasn't that done?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I guess the concept of a direct award in this case is almost counterproductive to what the prison service is trying to achieve, which is that continuity in service. So not all of the 3 or 4 suppliers have all of the same product to sell, and at the same time, either nonetheless. So to pin the ministry or the government into one sole supplier for food would not meet the needs of the prison service, and would in fact enhance the risk of disruption. So the solution that we are progressing toward is one where we have a pool of vetted and qualified suppliers, those 3 or 4, which gives the opportunity to the prison service to draw from those, that pool as needed continuously. That is how I'm hoping we can, number one, address compliance with procurement, but also avoid disruption of food supply.
That's actually the point I'm getting at. And the reason why I said what I said is you look at 1.2 million. Now, part of having this whole procurement process is to ensure fairness of awards. So if you know you have 3 or 4 suppliers and there's a $1.2 million award, on average, each should be getting around $300,000 because they're giving everyone an equal opportunity. So from that standpoint, from an entity, from a ministerial standpoint, you can document where you have agreed to apportion $300,000 to each of them. And then as the year progresses, so you start at the beginning of the year, that you document that these are going to be the direct awards over a period of time, on average $300,000, because what you don't want is one person having $900,000 and then other vendors. But if every vendor is getting something equally, so if you know the 4 of them, that your main suppliers are in excess of the 250 limit, you document that at the beginning of the year to say these are going to be the direct awards over a period of time to these vendors. Now, as things progress throughout the year where one may have something and one may not have, you then basically update your records. Because at the end of the day, the law does give you the flexibility. And then from the Auditor General standpoint, once you have documented that at the beginning of the year, at least the intention is clear that you intended to give everyone a fair opportunity to bid on government services, because that is really where the problem comes in now. If you have not one vendor, then across the whole island is not a problem. But that's what I'm saying, is documenting it, because I think at the end of the day, the law does give you that flexibility. And then you can look at it in the middle of the year again to see where are we with the 200,000 that we have assigned to each, see where we is, and then update your records, so at least when the Auditor General rolls in, even if you are in breach. Because, listen, you're not going to get 250,000. Like I said, these are a series of small transactions. So, but cumulatively over a period of time, as the year progresses, you're going to basically be in breach of the 250,000 limit, which would have gone to the PPC. And that's what I'm saying, is at least just document that and then give yourself that, at least out from an Auditor General standpoint, at least you would have complied with the law. And that's really what all I'm getting at, really.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the member for the insight, and the points are well taken, for sure.
Okay, now, which brings me now to the next question now, in terms of there used to be a prison food program where the prison used to generate a lot of their own food, which saved the country a considerable amount of money. Where are we with that program right now?
Mr. Chairman, through you, the prison service continues to generate food on campus, and that does offset some of our food supply needs. However, it's certainly not at a point where it's sustainable or even sort of meeting any kind of large demand. It is dual purpose in the sense that it's not just for the supply of food within the prison service, but also serves as a mechanism for rehabilitation and engagement of prisons as part of the reintegration program. So it serves dual purposes for the prison service.
Well, thank you very much for that. The reason I actually raised that issue, and again, looking at the broader picture, whether Caymanians realize it or not, the drums of war is beating. I mean, you look at what China is doing. China is literally preparing for war. And for us who depend on a lot of imports, and there's a different initiative which I've already spoken to the Minister of Agriculture about already, in terms of start pushing more food sustainability. They're going to come. It's not a matter of if, no, it's a matter of when. And the question is this then, what programs or are there any initiatives being looked at to start position the prison to basically become a little bit more sustainable? Because I'm going to tell you, things are going to get bad. And we saw the challenges during COVID in terms of imports and everything else. And none of us have been alive, at least during a global war, to see what the impact would have been. But at a minimum, everybody still needs to eat because there's no app for that. So the question is then, is there any long-term planning being looked at now to basically have the prison a little bit more sustainable? I know they used to have the external farm, but ever since that unfortunate incident, that program got shut down. Is there anything else that's being looked at to increase the amount of food that the prison produces for itself?
Mr. Chairman, through you, sir. At the moment, not a long-term comprehensive solution that would, say somehow rise to a national food security initiative. The focus thus far has been more internal, a departmental program and initiative. One, like I said, that provides a rehabilitation aspect of operations, but also helps us to offset some of our financial needs and supply food as well too. The movement of current state to the future state that you're indicating, that concept would certainly require investment of various kinds, partnerships of various kinds. What I can say is the prison service has already turned its mind to that opportunity in terms of a greenhouse and what that kind of facility might do in terms of upscaling the food supply operation. And we've also had conversations with the Ministry of Agriculture in terms of how those two ministries might be able to partner for outcomes. So your point is well taken in terms of upscaling the operation. We have a strong foundation of generating farming and food produce within the prison service. And so in my mind, it is a strong foundation that we can certainly build on.
You definitely have enough herbalists up there that can help. The last thing I want to touch on is spoilage. How much food per year do you estimate is now spoiled at the prison? In other words, that basically discarded, expired, or...
Through you, Mr. Speaker, to the member's question. So the spoilage is not material. They purchase on a weekly basis, sometimes daily. As we mentioned before, they don't have a lot of space for storage, so they tend to purchase more frequently. So spoilage is not material.
When you say not material, I mean 1.2 million is a lot of money. I mean 60, 70, 80,000 could be immaterial. When you say not material...
No, it's not at that level. It's probably, less than 5,000 or 10,000 thereabout.
Per year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Estimated.
Thanks. Remember, don't ask that question I don't know the answer to, but thanks.
Any other questions from the committee? If not, then draw this segment of our hearing today to a close. Mr. Ebanks and Mr. Cooper, I thank you both for your presence this morning and the candid and forthright way in which you have dealt with the questions before the committee. I'll go ahead and I will excuse you from the chamber at this time. And thank you all again.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and to the members. I expressed my sincere gratitude at the start, but I wish to reiterate that to yourself, the entire PAC, certainly to the OAG, our partners, and the Minister of Finance as well, too. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, too. So, members of the committee, we're going to go ahead and take the lunch break. And we were scheduled to be back at 12:30. So we've got about 50 minutes. I just asked members to be back at 12:30 so that we can keep ourselves on track. Thank you all. I'd like to go ahead and call the meeting back to order. Okay, we are, for the first afternoon session, we are going to be questioning the Chief Officer of the Ministry of Education and Training and the Chief Financial Officer of that ministry. Ms. Tanya Cacho is the Chief Officer, and Mrs. Denise Hutchinson is the Chief Financial Officer. I'd like to go ahead and call them into the chamber. Ms. Cacho and Ms. Hutchinson, welcome to the Public Accounts Committee and to this hearing. We had a very productive morning with the CEO and CFO from the Ministry of District Administration and Home Affairs. So now it's your turn. As part of the process, I announced this morning that from this day forward, each of any further hearings, other hearings of the committee, that we are going to be asking witnesses before the committee to swear an oath or to affirm an oath to the committee to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. So I think you may have the wording there. What I do is invite you to, before we proceed any further, to take that oath. The choice is yours as to whether you swear or you affirm. So if you would, Ms. Cacho, then I'd ask you if you would say the oath. No need for you to stand.
Good afternoon, and thank you. My name is Tanya Cacho. I'm the Chief Officer in the Ministry of Education and Training. I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give to this honorable Parliament shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Ms. Hutchinson.
Good afternoon. I am Denise Hutchinson, the Chief Financial Officer in the Ministry of Education and Training. I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give to this honorable Parliament shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you both for that. And Ms. Cacho, you brought a number of people here with you as well. If at any point they are giving evidence to the committee, then we'll also need to swear them in as well. Okay? So I'm going to, this segment of the hearing, I'm going to turn it over now to my colleague Roy Tatum, and he is going to lead the initial questioning of you in this section.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I also welcome Ms. Cacho, Ms. Hutchinson, and the folks that came with her. And Happy New Year to you all. Good to see you. I will start with a short preamble. We note that the ministry received an unqualified, clean audit opinion for 2024. We also note that the ministry has broken even in each of the last 3 years, matching its budget performance. The ministry maintains the largest cash balances, 129.8 million, and the largest net working capital position, 176 million, among all core government entities. The ministry spent 145 million in 2024, accounting for 23% of total core government expenditure, making it the largest spender among core government entities. Whilst the significant cash holdings demonstrate the ministry's strong financial position, the PAC would like to explore reasons for such a situation. Mr. Chairman, I'll start off by noting that in 2020, the Ministry of Education had a surplus of $696,000. In 2021, a surplus of $7,390,000, and 2022, 2023, and 2024 was flat and at break even. That's a very commendable thing to see in terms of what it looks like in terms of how you're managing your money. But if you could please just advise, how is it that you've managed to make that change from not having a deficit, not having a surplus, but actually breaking even over the course of the last 3 years? What has changed?
Thank you very much for the question. I need to state that I rejoined the Ministry of Education in May of 2025, and I was previously in the Office of the Deputy Governor until, I went there in June 2022. So some of this period, or the period here, I was not in the Ministry of Education for. So I will ask the CFO to address this question, please.
Thank you for your question, Mr. Tatum. The cash balance for the Ministry of Education is a result of our depreciation. So the Ministry of Education has the largest capital portfolio. So our fixed assets are our schools. We have 16 schools across the islands, plus the library service buildings. And we have, sorry.
Just to make sure, maybe I didn't explain myself properly. What I'm actually asking is, in terms of the last 3 years, the
surplus
position of the ministry has been that you've broken even every year. There's no surplus, there's no deficit. So what has caused you to be able to arrive at that position? Prior years, there's been a surplus. What's changed that it's now flat across and you're breaking even? What you've been given to spend is exactly what you've spent.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. The Ministry of Education is not a revenue-generating entity, so therefore all our revenue comes from Cabinet. In 2021, our buildings were revalued. So because of our large portfolio of buildings, we had a significant surplus on revaluation. So that was what was shown as our surplus at the end of that period. In subsequent years, all the monies that we spent for our expenditure was funded by Cabinet revenue. So that's why we broke even.
Thank you. So what you're saying is that what was being allocated is exactly the most you spent. I meant to say this at the start, and I'll say it now. Actually, I read that the 2024 audit was unqualified and clean. I want to congratulate you on that. Well done.
Thank you.
The answer that you gave was what I was probably expecting it would be. So I want to thank you. I won't inquire any more on that. But again, it's actually good to see that you're not in a deficit position. But what you spent is actually what you were given. In terms of and this is what I think you were going on to ask just now with regards to the $129.8 million in cash that you have. That's a fairly large sum. It's the largest of any entity within the government. How is that accumulated, and what is it expected to be used for?
Thank you for the question. I'll start and then I'll turn it over to the CFO. So the Ministry of Education is the largest entity within government. We have the largest staff complement of over 1,000 people spread across schools, core DES, Sunrise, libraries. So the majority of the funding is linked to personnel, and then I'll let CFO add any additional details.
Okay, so we do accrual accounting. So in the accrual accounting for right across government, accrual accounting is what is adopted. So in accrual accounting, we have to account for the depreciation. So the depreciation forms a part of our expenditure each year, and that is also funded by Cabinet. So the actual cash that we receive from Cabinet for the depreciation that is set aside. However, those funds are not, by the regulations from the Ministry of Finance, those funds are not spent. So we do not touch those funds.
How do you have those ring fenced exactly?
The full amount is ring fenced, and it is for whenever we are instructed by the Ministry of Finance as to how that will be spent. So at this time, it is not ring fenced for a particular purpose. It forms a part of the general cash reserves for the entire government.
Okay, thank you for that. The question that I wonder, though, is do you have, is there a schedule of when it's for depreciation? So you have a schedule, I would believe, of what assets are being depreciated when. Is there a schedule for exactly when the funds will be spent or what amount of the funds will be spent and when?
So there's a schedule of depreciation, but what that shows is the annual amount that we charge for depreciation and then the amount that we draw down from Cabinet to cover those amounts. So we do not have any plans to spend the money.
Mr. Chairman, through you, so that then leads me to wonder, so we have almost 130 million sitting in cash, not necessarily ring fence, but not expected to be used by the government. And there's no expectations by the ministry to use them anytime soon, is what I think I'm hearing. So I'm just pondering, this may not be a question for you, but maybe for your minister, I think it's $300 million of similar funds across government at a time when government is looking for funds rather than borrowing, for instance. I was wondering if those funds could not be, probably not an answer for you, but those funds would be better used by government rather than just sitting there. And if you could just respond to that, please.
Ministry of Finance may need to assist with the answer, but I think that is a question for the government to answer.
Mr. Chairman, just to add some clarity to this matter, these funds, while they're sitting with the Ministry of Education, they're invested in fixed deposits, as all funds across government are invested. And so we make a return on them, even though they're actually held by the Ministry of Education and other ministries across government. So these funds aren't just sitting there, they're being actively invested.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, if I could just jump in here and ask a question, the actual investment of those funds is actually managed by the Ministry of Finance?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. These funds are managed by the Treasury Department and form part of the
again, just for clarity's sake, does the budget of government completely fund depreciation for all entities across government?
Mr. Chairman, currently the arrangement is that the government funds outputs to ministries, and part of those output costs include depreciation. We've had discussions in the past with regards to ring fencing the depreciation element of those outputs, and I believe we're actually looking to bring that policy up again to actually have a depreciation fund so that the accumulated depreciation can be stored so the Cabinet can prioritize their capital expenditure utilizing those funds instead of having these funds spread out across all the different ministries.
I think that's important because, I mean, there's always a risk. I mean, I recall in many years gone by that, ministries and departments routinely used this funding to do other things with.
Afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. And I think when the law was originally written, there was an intention that depreciation funds could be used to replace assets and so on. In practice, it's not been used that way, and which makes sense the way it's being done as well, because Cabinet's given the choice to prioritize where we spend our funds. A replacement is one thing, but realistically, that's a textbook exercise, because a lot of assets last longer than we're expecting and so on. And so we replace them as necessary, but we also give the decision makers, that is Cabinet, the ability to prioritize where we spend our capital funds in practice.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the member for giving me the leeway. Is that best practice? I mean, what's the point of putting aside depreciation money and not ring fencing it for what it's actually for? What's the point of then giving the entity the money to then say, I'm putting it aside for the government to then use it again somewhere else? It doesn't make no sense to give it to them. Explain to me, remember now, we're not only doing it for us, we're doing it for the listening audience. Explain the concept of taking money for depreciation for an asset, putting it one aside, then giving it back to core government to then, for them to use it however they do. It's kind of lost as in, are we doing what it's supposed to do?
Mr. Chairman, through you, this tends to be a legacy matter, just coming out of the public management and finance law, in that it wanted each ministry to kind of operate like a business, where a business is allowed to replace the assets that they own that are being used to produce outputs. However, because we want to ensure that the decision makers have the final say in prioritizing the way capital funds are spent for capital expenditure, we've left it to Cabinet to decide where the actual capital expenditure is made. So from the Ministry of Finance point of view, I believe our official view would be that we'd prefer to hold those centrally, because we want to ensure that the decision makers, that is Cabinet, is given the ultimate choice in where to spend those funds. And while the ministries are good with following the capital budgets they're given, it would be a more effective control to have it held centrally.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not disputing that it's probably best governed by central accounting system, central core government. I'm asking if the system or the institutional thinking of depreciation is actually doing what it's supposed to do if you don't do the full process of ring fencing. Because it's almost like saying, it don't make no sense we give them money to put aside for depreciation if we're the ones deciding how it's going to be used. You can't be half pregnant, as the old saying goes. So again, from an accounting principle in management, you have an authority under the Constitution in your role. Does that make sense, yes or no?
Mr. Chairman, I'm in agreement with the member that it would be best to be ring-fenced by the ministry, just because of how we actually practice the use of our capital funds. It's just a situation where the wording of the law right now would need to be updated, or an official policy provided by the Ministry of Finance to change that so that we ring-fence it centrally. Because we're operating in a decentralized environment, currently each ministry holds their own funds. However, because of how we actually practice spending it and the decision being made centrally, it would make more sense for that to all be held centrally. So I'm completely in agreement with you.
Or, I didn't specify what position I was, but thank you for agreeing. And I'll give way back to my colleague to finish his question shortly, but I'm saying, could it not be one or the other, which is one, do it the right way by ring fencing it, or don't obligate them to put it aside? And I'm asking, from your qualifications perspective and the role that the Ministry of Finance does, what would be the best advice for that? Obviously, the policymakers may have a different viewpoint from the political perspective, but you as a professional in your field, what would be the best course of action?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I believe it would depend what the government wants to do, if we want to allow each ministry to make their own decisions, or we want to ensure that Cabinet's given the final say in prioritizing capital expenditure. My personal view would be, and my professional view as a Auditor General, would be the Cabinet gets the final say in where we spend our capital funds, so that the priority is based on a decision by Cabinet, not by the ministry itself.
Thank you.
Obviously taking into account what the ministry thinks is the priorities.
I just want to go back. Thank you so much, Mr. Matthew. I want to go back to ministry level now. And I'm going off topic. I'm not going off topic. I'm staying with this topic in respect to depreciation, because I know that and this is for the CEO, I know that the government has announced it has plans for some new schools. Has it been considered that some of that money could be used that was already outlined, the 130 million for those new school plans?
Funding has been identified for those projects at the various stages, not through depreciation, to my knowledge.
Okay, one last follow-up. Can you identify what schools those were? The new ones that the government announced? I can't remember what they were.
Would I be able to provide that information to you shortly from the team?
Yeah, as long as we get it today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, no problem.
Mr. Chairman, just through you back to the Accountant General. In terms of, I mean, you've been in that role for quite some time now, and I realize that the decentralized model we had is based off the New Zealand model. Now, from what I understand, and during the last budget presentation, and I could have been wrong, but I think there are now initiatives to start centralizing back some of those functions that were decentralized previously. Has that exercise started as yet? Are you aware of that?
Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Finance is considering some elements of centralization for some of the financial governance. And we're not sure exactly how that looks yet. At this point, we are looking at doing an overall review to see how it would best work. Not necessarily a full centralization, potentially centralizing some functions of the financial management. But we're not looking at a full financial management until we do a full analysis of what we have and what would work best. Because we have had concerns in the past that while we're in a decentralized environment, the Ministry of Finance needs to provide more leadership roles in the financial management area. And so some of those roles may work better having controls around centralization. And so it is something that's going to be considered this year based on what the new Minister of Finance is looking at doing.
Well, you know, I don't ask a question unless I know the answer, but I just want to thank the Minister, the Honourable Minister of Finance in advance for going through this exercise, because it is something that's long overdue. We saw it during the budget process, especially with some of the SAGCs carrying just as much cash as central government, and central government is left with the burden of the FFR of carrying all the liabilities of the SAGCs, but none of their assets and pretty much none of their revenues. So something I think the country needs to get to. And while we're at it, let's also look at centralizing back HR too, because that is one of them that have gone completely AWire across the public service. That's all I have to say on that, Mr. Chairman.
As requested. The capital projects listed were the Lighthouse School expansion, the new Layman Scott High School, which is underway, the Joanna Clark Primary School, and secondary schools.
And for that, it would be in there.
Mr. Chairman.
I thought it was that some of you many years Finance Ministry used to sweep all the excess funds from ministries. So this 128 million would not have stayed with the ministry. Well, it doesn't sound like it is, but would sweep the funds, all the excess funds, just as MP Saunders was saying. The government overdraft facility was actually cancelled, and government then started using the excess funds that it had had available to it for its own use rather than an overdraft, or in some cases even borrowing. Is that practice still happening? You mentioned that the funds were actually this 128 million was in a deposit. It's not ring fenced, but if you could go into that a bit more for me in terms of how is it managed? Because as I said, you may recall there was a finance minister at one point who actually said sweep the funds, and the overdraft facility was cancelled. And then the government has an overdraft facility, now we're not. And the government then used these excess monies that ministries and I think entities had to make sure it didn't need to go out and borrow.
Mr. Chairman, through you, the Treasury Department sweeps the profits of each agency into the Treasury Department. That's supposed to be done annually. Additionally, because of depreciation expense, each ministry would have extra cash. And so that's what I assume you're asking about sweeping in. We don't sweep that in yet. It's something we would require a policy to would require to put a policy around that to allow us to take that action, to bring that into Treasury. The depreciation funds are factored into all cash when you see the government having certain cash reserves, as well. That is the general funds that we have, the general reserves, as well as restricted and unrestricted. Well, not the restricted, but when you see the numbers that we provide for cash balances, that is all these depreciation expense, or accumulated depreciation expense, as it's called in the ministry, that's all factored in. And when we talk about an overdraft facility, we don't have a specific overdraft facility that we need to operate. The bank that we use, Royal Bank of Canada, we are allowed to net our funds overall so that we're always in a surplus position when it's all netted off. And so it doesn't count against us in that regard. And so these funds are all part of government's balances and factored in together when we show the cash balances of government.
Thank you. I'm good. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask a quick question about the procurement, but I'll wait till we open that line of questioning from my colleague. Sorry.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and through you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, CEO, and Mr. Neese as well, and all the minister team. Glad to have you, and Happy New Year to those that I haven't seen already. Moving on to a little bit different line of questioning, we're going to talk a little bit now about the emergency procurement procedures. The 2024 audit has identified a concerning misuse of emergency procurement procedures. The ministry undertook a $2 million refurbishment project for the old George Hicks campus, procured through what was then known as or called emergency procedures. The initial approved cost for this project was only $184,000. The approved cost of $184,000 covered labor explicitly and excluded materials. However, the project cost exceeded the approved budget, resulting in a deviation from the approved scope. Although the ministry used the emergency provisions, the condition of the campus had been known to the ministry for several years, as this was already part of a bigger project. This project was previously part of Project B for the new John Gray High School, which was supposed to be completed by December 2023. but was not delivered as expected. This indicates that relevance on emergency procurement resulted from delays in decision-making and planning failures, rather than a genuine emergency as defined by legislation. This represents a breach of public procurement discipline and public financial management principles. We are aware that the ministry engaged a consultant to conduct a value for money assessment of the work done. According to the consultant's report, the value of the emergency work done was approximately $651,000. Now, first let me ask, since this work was known for a long time and we knew that this work was supposed to be completed otherwise, what was the reason for the ministry that you didn't plan these campus upgrades and had to do it within an emergency type situation?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I want again to state that I was not in the Ministry of Education at that time. However, I have reviewed all of the documentation that is available for that period to me. And I've also spoken to the team about what occurred during that time frame. So I will, if it's okay with the committee, answer questions based on the information that has been provided to me.
That's fine.
That's fine, okay. So it is my understanding, and thank you for that overview. It's my understanding that, as you said, the project was supposed to finish in December 2023, but it was not handed over until much later than that. But if I could go back just a little bit to give a timeline. The funding for Project B, which is the George Hicks campus, was reduced to keep in line with the revised affordability limit for the entire new John Gray project, which was split into 3 projects. Project A being what is now the new John Gray campus, Project B, the refurbishment of what we know as the George Hicks site, and then Project C, which would have been the demolition of the old John Gray, if you will, where we now have those fields. And so the funding for Project B, the George Hicks site, was reduced by about $10 million to keep in line with the revised budget for the entire project. It is my understanding that most of that savings would have come from a reduction in the scope of the project, but also the removal of, if you give me just a minute. The removal of additional enhancements to the site. The John Gray students were able to move from that site, the George Hicks site, to their new site in March of 2023. And McAlpine, which was the company that it was awarded to for the refurbishment of the George Hicks site, took possession of that campus in March of the same year, 2023. A decision was taken previously to reduce the scope of works from a full refurbishment to minimum requirements for students and staff to safely get onto the site. Once McAlpine got onto the site, I'm informed, mechanical, electrical, and other surveys were conducted, and it was realized that due to the aging facility, there were a number of buildings, number of issues with buildings that went beyond the scope of what they were initially contracted for that would need to be rectified. There were some delays due to those issues, and DES became aware of additional work that needed to be done on their end as well, beyond general maintenance. Like you said, the project was supposed to be completed in December 2023. Because of the progress delays, It was envisioned then that this would not be completed for handover until June, July 2024, with school slated to start in August 2024. With McAlpine on site, DES didn't have access, nor the facilities team, to the site until later in the year, which happened to be in June of 2024. When DES went onto the site with their facilities team through an agreement with McAlpine,
For the record, can you just state for the listening public, what is DES? Who's that?
Sorry, the Department of Education Services and their facilities team. So the Department of Education Services were able to get access to the site whilst McAlpine were still working there through an agreement that they made. And they identified additional work that needed to be done beyond general maintenance and upkeep as well. I want to point out at this point that McAlpine would have been on the site for about a year. DES, the Department of Education Services, would not have had access to the site for any general maintenance, landscaping, painting, or anything like that during that time.
But can I just interrupt you right there, CEO? Does that sound reasonable to you? That if I'm building a home, how are you going to say that I can't go to my home just because my contractor is there? That doesn't make any sense to me. DES should have still had authority to go on the campus to see what was going on, to look. That would just been good practice to see how far they're getting. Are they doing the work that was they were set out to do? You know, how much longer it's going to take. Maybe something that you're doing there is not to my liking, so on and so forth. So I don't buy that they didn't have access. No, you have to give me a different one than that.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair, through you. So what I should mention is that there was a steering committee that had been set up with members from the Ministry of Education, Department of Education Services, as well as the project team that were leading this work. And so that team, if I'm not mistaken, had access to the site and would report back to the steering committee on progress. I'll get that information shortly. And so reports were being made about what was in scope, what had been descoped, what was the responsibility of DES in terms of general maintenance, landscaping, some windows and doors, and some other information. So that did come back to DES through those steering committee meetings, but it was an active construction site. Keep in mind as well that DES runs the facilities for all 16 of the government school sites.
So you're saying maybe they didn't have time then to put much effort or oversight into the construction or the work done at George Hicks? That could have been it.
At that time, the work happening at George Hicks fell outside the remit of the Department of Education Services. It was under the responsibility of the contractor, McAlpine.
Okay. Can you say the process that was used to determine the initial costs? How was that how did you come up with that 184,000? Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, through you, that was the figure or quote provided by McAlpine to provide 6 laborers to finish off some of the remedial work that needed to be done.
Okay, and can you also say why that you labeled it or why it was termed as an emergency and not just like as an overrun? Since it's my understanding that if the initial work had been completed by December 2023 as was envisioned, this wouldn't have been necessary. So in my mind, to me, cost overruns would have been a better label than emergency. Why did you all call it an emergency?
The Department of Education Services were onto the site in June, July of 2024, and that's when they went in and they saw the extensive amount of work that needed to be done to make the school safe for staff and students. This is June, July, with school slated to start in August. To be able to get the procurement done, to have, through the normal processes, to have children and staff safely onto that campus, it would have been 4 weeks to 6 weeks it was not possible, is my understanding. They also needed to try to get the works done quickly. There were health and safety concerns. From the education standpoint, these are Year 12 students. This is their, in essence, second chance to get their math passes, their English passes, 5 or more passes for school, for graduation. SciFEC provides great value added for the education system. Students that go there pick up these additional passes, and this can enable them to get into universities, to be able to access scholarships. And for some of them, it is their last opportunity to get on that route. So it's incredibly important for the department that that last year of school is not disrupted for those students, because what they gain from that is incredibly important for the next steps in their lives. So I am informed that the team wanted to get those works done, the health and safety issues addressed as quickly as possible in order to try to get students in and reduce the disruption on their final year of learning.
Mm-hmm. So perhaps that is the real reason then why you all would say that even though it started out as 184,000, ended up being 1.8 million, you could still justify that was an emergency of $1.8 million to be spent like that. Am I correct? That with what you just said about not disrupting the students in their final year, and that, it was close to school starting, is that kind of why you're saying that it was an emergency?
So it's my understanding that that figure was for the laborers, so it did not include materials and supplies to actually do the work. With the 6 laborers, it's my understanding that the Department of Education Service would have had to manage the project, if you will. It is a very small facilities management team within the department. Mm-hmm. They are responsible for all of the sites, all 16 school sites on all 3 islands. Mm-hmm. During the summer is when most of we call them summer works, happen across schools. So painting, power washing, mm-hmm. prepping all schools for the restart of the school year. So it would have pulled quite heavily on the small number of resources allotted to the other schools in what is already a time crunch period for summer works across all of those sites. And that fee did not include materials and supplies. It was for the 6 laborers, is my understanding.
Okay. Considering that your consultant's report said the value of that emergency work was approximately $651,000, can you just say how the ministry is justifying spending 1.8 million then compared to 651,000? I mean, it just doesn't sound like value for money, according to your consultant's report. And then also leading on from that, in the future, is there anything in place since then that, these kind of huge discrepancies, because I mean, it looks bad on us as a department of government, school, whatever. It looks bad on us to have to, to bring this to your attention. But is there anything, any new procedures that have been put in place since that these kind of discrepancies would not happen? Because normally, under normal circumstances, that's a huge difference, to spend $1.8 million and then for your evaluator to say, it looks like only about $651,000 been spent here. I don't understand that. So maybe you can explain more.
It's difficult for me to give all of the details without having been in the seat.
I appreciate that, because and let me just say, we know that you're in a precarious situation today because you were not there on seat at that time. So, we appreciate you trying to help us understand all this picture and put it in our minds. So thank you so much for being willing to do that.
I think there were a number of issues identified with the site. It is an old site, aging facilities. There were issues that needed to be addressed with the items that were descoped, so outside of the remit of McAlpine, and there were then some issues to be addressed within those projects that were done just to finalize and get them school ready, which led to the additional cost. In speaking with the team, they were very careful, and it is documented, to ensure that what they were spending in that time frame were only emergency works. There were a number of other works that were done through the regular procurement process that weren't deemed to be an emergency, and emergency being items that needed to be in place, structures that needed to be in place for the health and safety of the 200-plus students and staff that were going to come back on site. And then anything else that fell outside of that went through the normal procurement process. In terms of how does the team ensure that we're not in this position before, there are some things that are quite challenging. Is when you're dealing with an older structure, they're uncovering things that were not originally in the scope of work. One of the things in this case was they discovered asbestos in undisturbed areas, which they wanted to be addressed. That had additional financial cost. That was of particular concern because the site that SIFEC was on before, which is the old John Gray, there had been asbestos found there, albeit undisturbed, and there was an outcry, understandably, by students, teachers, parents, about wanting to ensure that they were being educated in a place that was safe. And so the Department of Education Services could not reasonably say to those parents and students and teachers, we found asbestos here, but it's undisturbed, you can move back in, and they went ahead and addressed it. So there were things like that that came up during this process as well. I think with the late handover, so had it been handed over in December 2023, and it actually wasn't officially handed over until October with special permission to occupy given in December of 2024, we would have had more time. I think the team would have had more time then to go through the regular procurement options. But because we had the summer, a very small facilities team, 15 other sites for summer works to be addressed, and the need to ensure that the SIFEC students, all 200 of them, who have a very compressed timeline to ensure that they get their math grades, their English grades, or their 5 passes, it was critical that we get those students back to an environment where they can learn and to do well. And I think that created, all of those things created the emergency situation. The team, to answer your second question about what do we do to ensure this doesn't happen again. So the team at the Department of Education Services, along with the Ministry of Education, created a lessons learned report where they reviewed everything that had happened over those 2 years, identified where they believed things had gone wrong, and made a list of areas that they would be rectifying going forward. And this was, I believe, shared with the CPO, Procurement Office, because we don't want to be in this situation again. Some things are unavoidable, but where there are things that we could do better, the team identified those and are moving ahead. In addition to that, right now, internal audit is also looking at procurement across government agencies, and I believe that was commissioned by the Deputy Governor, and I'm sure he will speak to that, but the Ministry of Education is partaking in that as well, so that any findings that come out of that report, we'll be able to utilize those so that we can improve our internal processes.
Mm-hmm. Would it be possible for you all to share that report with the PAC?
The lessons learned report?
Lessons learned report.
Certainly.
Yes. And also, one of my last questions is can you advise us if during the 2025 school year, if there were any emergency procurement procedures used in other projects, and if so, for what use? Did that term surface again in 2025?
Mr. Chairman, through you, yes, there were. The current Lehman Scott High School, asbestos was found in one of the ceiling areas and under floor tiles. Same situation, it's a high school. Students have very limited amount of time to secure their passes for university. Most of that work was done. That was found, I think, in the summer, or just before summer. Contracts had to be in place with an overseas vendor supported by local vendors, and we were able to get students back in school in early September.
Okay, so that was the only incident then? That, understandably so for that incident?
To my knowledge, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Cacho, I want to say that was a strong response to all of those questions, considering the fact you weren't around at the time. I don't think you left out any details and you responded adequately. I think the bigger problem that we have is contracting, but also contracting in an environment that have time limitations like schooling. And I think the biggest problem that I'm hoping is in that lessons learned report is monitoring, which I'm kind of concerned to hear that members of the education department and services didn't have a more regular stop in, pop in, check and see what's going on thing. And I think you said it was under the hands of Mark Alpine, so it's their site. And I have to agree with my colleague to say, it's not their site, it's our site. And at no point in time, regardless of your contractor, unless you have to have safety equipment on, that contractor can't say to any one of the government officials, which the ministry is contracted to, and we send down there, we can do it every single day of the contract if we want to. And I think that's probably where the biggest failing happened. I do recall this unfortunate headache for educational services at the time. They got a lot of licks, a lot of pressure, and it's based on the evidence today, as well as knowing what happened then, it was something that was unavoidable. And they would have got licks if the children weren't ready, and they would have got licks because the delays in the situation. I think that hopefully the listening audience today would see that some of the licks that they got was unjustified, but we have to take responsibility to make sure that this doesn't happen ever again, because you're still going to have remodeling of schools and timelines of summers and Easter weeks and Christmas breaks where you have to do amendments. So that means that that learning habit of working closer with the contractor, as well as ensuring what the contract actually says, because this notion of it wasn't a part of the scope, that means somebody dropped the ball of understanding exactly what we're going to do, how long we're going to do it for, and what timelines are available. This isn't like another project where you go, we can extend for another month or extend for another 2 months. This is the kids' lives. So hopefully that's the learning opportunity. I want to take this opportunity to say that though that money was emergency money, I'm proud of the department for stepping up and taking the reins where, while there's a ministry argument with contractors about who has to do what, they said, you know what, to hell with it, we'll take the licks later on, we got to get the kids into school. So nobody's looking at that side of things. But you're still going to be scrutinized about making sure this never happens again. So I'll ask you this long-winded question. Can you give us a scope of what those things are that we have learned and noted that could be done better? I'm assuming it's some of the stuff I just highlighted. I'm hoping at least.
Thank you for the comments and the questions, Mr. Chair, through you. If you would allow, I can read the conclusion of the report, which is quite short, and then the key themes for growth. So the conclusion, feedback from participants reflect distinct perspectives on how events unfolded. Some encountered abrupt and unexpected announcements about project changes, while others struggled with shortfalls or last-minute discoveries of hidden hazards. Many found communication wanting and expressed frustration when scope or expansion or budget shortfalls were announced with little warning, while some felt the need for stronger engagement by committee stakeholders. Delays in approvals and provisioning of information led to project delays and a lack of confidence in some of the actions taken. Despite these occasional frustrations, reflections consistently highlight a shared desire to optimize future capital projects by strengthening risk management, communication, collaboration, code compliance planning. By acknowledging each viewpoint in a supportive and forward-focused manner, stakeholders can unite around a goal of delivering a safe, functional educational facility that meets everyone's needs, both now and in subsequent projects. So key themes for growth coming out of this: risk-aware planning, conduct deeper site analysis, develop robust contingencies, and be prepared for older building surprises. Number 2, transparent, inclusive decision-making. Involve key stakeholders consistently. Ensure that meeting minutes, scope changes, and budget revisions are clear. Adaptive execution, this is number 3. Build flexibility into contracts and schedules to handle unforeseen problems quickly. Number 4, constructive engagement. Foster an environment where all parties can share concerns without blame. Number 5, and the final one, regulatory compliance. Recognize that older facilities may require full upgrades. Engage building inspectors early to reduce last-minute code conflicts. By embedding these themes into future project governance and practices, the ministry and its partners can deliver more predictable, efficient, and user-centered outcomes. You would see that you've captured quite a bit of what you've said there. And I want to say as well that because it was an older building, I'm told, there was an expectation of some grandfathering in of things which didn't happen because the safety of the children in those facilities outweighed those concerns. So there was lots of communication with BCU and the additional things that needed to be done on that end as well.
Thank you so much. I want to ask 2 more questions before I know another member may want to ask, because I'm starting to think that this may be a problem across not only education but across projects, period. I can't tell the last time that government actually did a project that came back on the time that it first started out saying that they were going to do it. Now, what that tells me is that there's a potential chance we don't have a structured, agreed approach before we actually start. That's what I'm thinking. I could be wrong, and I want to be wrong. But the question to you is, when, and I don't know, you probably would have to seek the team to give you guidance on this, but when a project is being executed and signed off, is there a structured framework for all of this to make sure these stuff don't happen, that is done on a whole civil service process, like a uniformed one? Because sadly, I'm seeing similar situations happen right now with another project where I wish not to name, but it just continues to delay and delay and delay, and it's always upgrades. But this happens in any kind of construction. But there is excessive, habitual behavior that you go, hold on now, come on now, you can be better than this. And I think that's what the AG is trying to, and the report is trying to tighten up. So does the civil service have a code, maybe the architects tell you how to go about doing these things so these things don't happen? Or is every entity having to learn this exercise by themselves to have a report like this? Because I think there's supposed to be something more central, and whenever an entity goes about it, say, listen, make sure you look for these things so we don't have these problems. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I believe so. Through you, Mr. Chair. Whilst I can't speak for the entire government, generally speaking, there is a project manager assigned for large capital projects. There are steering committees commissioned, outline business cases that do the things that you have just said. I think, speaking specifically to this project, it was an older site. They did discover additional things that needed to be done. There were things that were expected to be grandfathered in that were not for health and safety reasons and perhaps other reasons as well, which led to many of the delays. But those processes, there are robust processes in place within government.
All right, thank you so much. Moving away from the procurement and stuff, I think there's enough for us to examine from a PAC perspective to give some recommendations or highlight some points. There is supposed to have been a bathroom block at the new school by the field, if my memory serves me well, because the field and the football field and the basketball courts are quite a distance away from the main building. What happened?
Mr. Chairman, may I be permitted a few minutes just to speak to one of my team members? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I have been informed that it was value engineered out to keep within the cost of the entire project. Currently, the Department of Education Services with the Ministry of Education is looking at partnering with others on how we can reinstate that bathroom block into the field, and with changing facilities, I believe, because we recognize that the community is anxious to use the space as well.
Thank you so much, CEO. I want to give a little plug. What an amazing, competent CEO, by the way, for those who are listening. A little off topic, ECAP, the cost of living has increased. Have you guys budgeted for the increase of costing for people who would need assistance? I know I'm trying to take advantage of my opportunity to speak to education here, because the costs which have been highlighted through Education's Ministry and Minister, the average cost for early education now is, I think, $800 to $900. The assistance I think we normally offer is what, $450?
Mr. Chairman, through you, the assistance varies depending on need. There is a process that we go through in evaluating applications. In the last budget period, the ECAP funding increased by $2 million based on the things that you were saying in terms of the cost of living going up, the increase in fees for ECCE centers. We are also reviewing how we fund ECAP. That review is on the way now, and that includes us partnering or seeking to partner with the Department of Financial Assistance, who also provide some level of funding for persons, clients that they assist, so that we can ensure that the persons that need it most have the full level of funding or as close to it to be able to access quality early childhood care and education.
Thank you so much. Last question from me. Are you guys currently going through any issues with that? Because I've had at least 4 reports, individual reports about this review and the effect on the deliverables of the requests for ECAP assistance. And I think most of it has to do, and actually I was just looking at one of the texts that we're currently reviewing, I think the young lady said, and that's what's holding up much of the, basically saying, well, whether or not certain people qualify for it anymore. So I think the criteria of availability to the average Caymanian seeming to be changing. So is that causing problems? Is there any information you can give the committee tonight?
Thank you for the question. Firstly, I'll say if there's any individual who needs assistance, if they can reach out to us directly, if they need us to look into their case, we are certainly willing to help. But just in general, the reason that we're doing this review is for what you've stated, to ensure that the people who need it most have access. So, for example, we are aware previously of persons who may be awarded from DFA, for example, or from us, a percentage of the cost for early childhood care and education, but they may not have the rest of the funding. So if a child care center costs $1,200, they're given $600, they don't have the additional $600 to make up for it. And so they don't access that funding. And so those are the things that we're looking to address so that the persons who need it most, who are not able to afford it, have access to quality childhood care and education.
If I could, through you, Mr. Chair, if I could ask, when is that review supposed to be completed?
Thank you for the question. Q1 of this year. We've just gone through the process of mapping out all of our projects for education and setting deadlines. So that one is due for Q1. We want it in time for the opening of the ECAP registration process.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Members, no more questions for these witnesses? Okay, well, thank you very much. Ms. Cacho and Mrs. Hutchinson, thank you both for appearing before the committee today. Thank you, too, for the forthright and direct way in which you responded and answered questions that were put forth to you by the committee. This concludes your testimony, so we'll excuse you all from the committee at this time. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and to the entire committee for giving us the opportunity to share with the public kind of behind the scenes of what happened. Sometimes the words or the numbers in the report don't give the full story, and so I appreciate the opportunity on behalf of the Ministry of Education and the Department of Education Services to provide that additional information, which we hope will help the community in understanding why certain decisions were made. I would just like also the opportunity to thank the Office of the Auditor General and the Ministry of Finance for their support.
Thank you, too.
Mr. Chairman, while we are allowing the amazing staff that was here as witnesses today to leave, I think for our report that we will finalize after this hearing, I think there's a key component that is starting to recur in a lot of the procurement issues across the civil service, which is project management. And I'm starting to think that there may need to be a major investigation as to project management across the civil service, which is causing some of these cost effect issues, whether overspending, time delays, and all of these stuff. So I think it's time for us to start questioning what the project management process of all projects across the civil service, and is it adequate enough? Because if we fix that, maybe we will find ourselves in less reports of overspending or delay in time. So I just thought I would notify that for the House, for the committee to consider in our finalization of the report.
Well, I do believe it's some issue that we can take up and make the recommendations as well to the government. So. We are going to just take a short 5-minute break before we resume. Could I ask members to please return to the chamber? To the chamber, Ms. Babette Ogaro and Mr. Troy Claxton. Babette, Troy, come further down. Yeah, thank you. I don't like to leave you all out there in Never Never Land. So we are going to proceed now with questioning Ms. Babette Ogaro, who is Acting Chief Officer in the Ministry of Health, Environment and Sustainability, and Mr. Troy Claxton, who is the Chief Financial Officer in the Ministry of Health, Environment and Sustainability. Before we begin, just mention to you, as I did to others this morning, from this day forward, we are asking witnesses before the committee to swear an oath to tell the truth in giving testimony to this committee. So you will have there a page where you have two choices. You can either swear the oath or you can affirm the oath. The choice really is up to you as to which one of those oaths you do take. So Ms. Ogaro, I'll just start with you and ask you to state your oath or to read your oath.
Yes. Mr. Chair, Babette Ogaro, Acting Chief Officer for the Ministry of Health, Environment and Sustainability. And I'll go ahead with an affirmation, please. Let's proceed. I do solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give this honorable Parliament shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Claxton.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Troy Claxton, Chief Financial Officer, Ministry of Health, Environment and Sustainability. I do solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give this honorable Parliament shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both of you. And we are going to open up the questioning. I'm going to ask Mr. Kenneth Bryan. He's kindly volunteered to take the lead in setting the stage and asking opening questions to you both. So I'll turn things over to Mr. Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon again, everyone, and to the listening audience, and good afternoon to the Acting Chief Officer, Ms. Babette, and Mr. Troy Claxton, the Chief Financial Officer. And before I start with my line of questioning, I just want to say that while we're here today, though I've repeated this morning, I think it's important that we repeat it again. We're here to review the Auditor General's 2024 General Report. And it's a vital process for maintaining the transparency and financial health of our country. Our objective today is not about casting any blame on anybody, but to understand the significant concerns raised by the Auditor General. And we appreciate your presence and recognize the challenges you face in carrying out your duties. However, it is our duty to ensure that the public funds are managed with the highest level of integrity to protect the national financing of this country and our people. So we're going to proceed with the goal of strengthening our public institutions for the benefit of everybody. Now, with that being said, I want to go to the report upon which the Auditor General has done. I'm certain that both of our witnesses have had a chance to see what the Auditor General's viewpoint was on some of the factors that are affecting the Ministry of Health. And we want to specifically talk about the audit backlogs, is what we're going to be focusing on most today. So you are aware that the Ministry of Health presented the most significant backlog situation of the entire public sector. Every ministry, every department, unfortunately, the ministry has the largest one. The Auditor General has completed audits, has not completed any audits for any of the 5 years from 2020 to 2024, consecutive years. This represents a fundamental and complete breakdown of the accountability process for such a crucial and critical ministry responsible for the health and wellness of the Cayman Islands. A 5-year audit gap means that the ministry is operating with no financial audit oversight. Can't tell where things are at without knowing where our books are. For 5 consecutive years, Parliament and the public has been unable to obtain audited financial information on the ministry's operations, financial performance, and the use of the public funds, which I would say today it's in the heavy hundreds of millions of dollars over a 5-year period. This situation limits transparency and accountability to the hundreds of millions of dollars used. We understand that there have been discussions regarding the possibility of disclaiming all backlogged years, example from 2020 to 2023, to enable the ministry to finally catch up, because old data is kind of irrelevant for future audits. We are unsure if this suggestion has been considered by the ministry, and as the acting chief officer, the first question would be, are you aware of any suggestions to just kind of put aside those backlog years so we can actually start kind of fresh moving forward so we can catch up?
Thank you for that question. Mr. Chair, through you, I can confirm that the ministry and myself, we're aware of the backlog for 2020 to 2024. However, we would like to have the audits done, and we've been fully cooperative and working with the auditors to complete these audits. Also to note that all financial statements were submitted within the given statutory timelines. And so our stance is we would like the audits to be carried out. I will allow our CFO to add to that if he wishes to do so.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition, thank you for the question. The backlog audits remains a high priority for the ministry. We, as the Chief Officer has indicated, the ministry has prepared and submitted its financial statements for each year within the statutory timeline to the Office of the Auditor General for them to be audited. We have been working along with the Office of the Auditor General, and to date, we have completed several of the backlog audits. The last 3 backlog audits that we have completed were 2016-17, which received an unqualified opinion. 2018, we received an unqualified opinion, and 2019. The 2019 audit was completed effectively at the end of 2024. And it was signed off officially in February 2025. And we have prepared and we are ready to commence the 2020 audit. We have been actively engaged with the Office of the Auditor General, and we have been working along with them in order to complete these audits. However, since the 2019 audit was completed, we have not started any other audits to date. We have not commenced the next audit, which would be the 2020 audit. As part of our process of engagement with the Office of the Auditor General, they had indicated that given their resource model, the earliest possible start date that they can commence the next audit, which will be the 2020 financial year, would be January 2026. which is the month that we're currently in. So as it stands now, and as I've mentioned earlier, we're actively working with them, and we want to complete these audits. These audits are a statutory obligation. And as professional accountants and auditors, we have a professional and ethical responsibility to complete these audits, and we want to do these audits. The Office of the Auditor General had indicated as well, given their resource model, it's only practical at the moment to complete approximately one audit per year. And in those circumstances, we are going to be in a backlog indefinitely. We have met with them, and we've been very collaborative. We have put forward a proposal and some suggestions. One of those proposals is the possibility or the consideration be given to engage in the services of a professional accounting firm who may be able to add some capacity and in that way we're able to do more than one audit per year, so that we are able to return to our current position as soon as practicable. So the situation is definitely a high priority for the ministry, the chief officer, and everyone, and we want to have them completed.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Mr. Clarkson, I'm not trying to be rude to interrupt you, but I think we get the point, and I think it would be only fair that we give way to the AG to respond to that position you put forward.
Through Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Bryan. Yeah, I think it's important for the members and for the public for context with regards to the submission by the ministry and with regards to the current situation. I will concur that we did get submissions from the ministry timely, but the question is about the quality of those submissions. To give some perspective, the 2016-17 financial statements were submitted on time, but it took 4 years to complete, and we had 34 adjustments that actually valued $32 million. The 2018 was completed basically after 3 years. That had 59 adjustments valued at $8 million, and the 2019 had 49 adjustments valued at $6 million. So in total, over the 3-year period, there was $46 million of adjustments that we had to make in order to get to the point of actually finishing those audits. So I think it's really important that the PC understands that submission doesn't mean that audit can be started and completed in a timely fashion. The concern is about the quality of those submissions, and those large adjustments is indicative of the fact that the quality was very poor. Our concern, obviously, for 2020 and beyond is that those errors that were in those previous years will roll forward as well and maybe compound with new issues as well. And then secondly as well, timeliness impacts the relevance of information. We're now in 2026. At this point in time, we see no relevance of 2020 financials, 2022, 2023, as far as going forward in 2026.
AG, through you, Mr. Chairman, I thank you so much for giving context there. And in light of our witnesses giving evidence, I think they also heard the position of the Auditor General. I think what we're trying to, this committee trying to resolve is how do we get up to date? And it sounds from an accounting principle, it may be more logical to, though I recognize you may want to protect the integrity of the ministry by saying we want these audits done. But the claim of the adequacy, the confidence in the reports, is there anything that would cause the ministry to be against such suggestion of just a disclaimed backlog audit? Are you opposed to that, and if so, why?
Thank you for the question. Mr. Chair, through you, I will allow our CFO to address that concern.
Through you, Mr. Chair and Honorable Leader of the Opposition, thank you for the question. We are, in principle, a disclaimer of opinion, it's one of the most severe opinion. And a disclaimer of opinion should only be issued when there is legitimate reasons or basis for doing so. We have not seen, or there is no, in our opinion, there is no basis or justification to issue a disclaimer of opinion. And a disclaimer in accordance with, should I say, the Public Management and Finance Act and the applicable auditing standards. To issue a disclaimer where there are no basis, we do believe would send the wrong message. It would suggest that entities can circumvent the statutory obligation to do financial audits by having those audits disclaimed. So given that there's no reasons or basis, the errors, for example, if I may add to that, the adjustments, those adjustments are applicable to the 2016, 17, 18, 19 financial year. And to also add some context to that, in 2016, 17, I think the adjustment was approximately 30 plus million. In 2019, it went down to 6-point-something million. And further, adjustments by themselves does not mean that there are fundamental errors or misstatements of the financial statements. A lot of the adjustments made were reclassifications. For example, moving from a rent account to a lease account within the same category, moving from one balance sheet, one receivable account to another receivable account. So having a large or amount of adjustment, and I do believe maybe the Auditor General or the Office of the Auditor General can confirm, the way of determining those adjustments or the value is just to take the total debits or add the total credits of those adjustments. So if I reclassify, for example, I move 5 million from receivable for cabinet funding to general receivable, it would be considered an adjustment for 5 million, but in reality it has no significant impact or effect on the financial statements or the bottom line. It doesn't mean that the surplus or the expenses is understated or overstated. Yes, there may be some cases where there are adjustment to expenses, but not material as 30-something million or that significant amount. And those adjustments or errors are not basis or reasons for a disclaimer in accordance with the auditing standards.
Thank you, Mr. Claxton. I'm certain the AG may want to chime in, but before he do so, I want to accept that naturally a disclaimer on your ministry would be a very bad look, not only for your ministry, but for the country's governance of our healthcare system and ministry. So I see the reluctance for that. When you say that there's no basis for it, there is some that has been highlighted. There's to finally get to a point where we are having timely reports. There's also, it wasn't the Auditor General or this committee that has these reports backlogged this long, unless you're suggesting today that it's the Auditor General's office causing the 5-year delay. The time causes money and resources that the government, all public sector, and the committee of this House of Parliament will have to find resources to give extra services to the AG's office in order to catch up. So it's not necessarily the fault. You may disagree, which is a subjective matter, as to the adjustments and whether they're fair or not, and I'm not here to dispute that. That is for the Auditor General to suggest in his own taking. But there's money impacts, there's accountability impacts, reliability of data impacts, and time impacts, which has to be squarely in the responsibility of your ministry. So I think your evidence is that there's no reason, but there is cost. Are you suggesting that the ministry take responsibility for those factors so we can get up? Even if there was a suggestion to add on another accounting firm to help catch up, who would pay for it? And after the response to that, the AG, I think I want a response first through you, Mr. Chair, and then the AG can chime in from there.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Those are valid questions. And just to confirm, we are not here to blame anyone. our goal, our focus, our objective is to have these audits completed. There is nothing preventing these audits from being done. Cost is not a basis for a disclaimer in accordance with the auditing standards. A disclaimer of opinion is issued when sufficient information or evidence is not provided to the auditors. For example, if there is a natural disaster or something, your records are destroyed, or the entity refuses to cooperate or work with the auditors. None of those conditions are applicable to the ministry. We have our records available and we have submitted our financial statements. So in accordance, this is an objective decision. In accordance with the auditing standards, we have not seen a basis. Cost is not a basis. The adjustments in prior years, those are not basis. In fact, they're not relating to the 2020 to 24 audit. The only way that we can confirm whether there are adjustments in those audits is that we have to do the audits. If I may also address directly the issue of costs, these audits have already been accrued for. We have accrued the costs of these audits, so they were already booked as expenses. What we need to consider is the additional, or what you call the opportunity costs. As per our calculations, if I may, so whether or not the audits are backlogged, there's always a cost associated with them. The only way we would save significantly with costs is if we do not do the audit. And that would not necessarily be a real savings, because that savings would come from not doing or fulfilling a statutory obligation. The average cost per year, based on the numbers, to complete the backlog audits would be 180 plus thousand. We have accrued for those backlog years approximately 115,000 per year. So the additional cost, or the opportunity cost, which would be the important factor to consider, is approximately 68,000 per year. If we weigh that against, because even though relevance in itself too is not, if I may add, is not a basis for a disclaimer, while the relevance of the information may be reduced, the information is still of interest to the various stakeholders, including the public. So a lot of these costs have already been set aside. So on those reasons, those are the reasons or the basis on which we want to ensure that these audits are done, and we are committed to doing so.
Thank you, Mr. Clarkson. I'll give way to the AG.
Thank you, through Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Bryant, for the opportunity to respond. A few things to unpack, obviously. The relevance of information is a factor with regards to whether or not you can actually have a disclaimer according to the standards. The standard also addresses the lack of compliance, basically, with legislative requirements. One of the things, basically, that's required with regards to legislation is the timely tabling of the reports that are audited. The ministry basically just tabled its 2013-14 annual report in December 2025, almost 11 years after the fact. So I think it's inconsistent to suggest that the reason for doing the audit basically is to ensure compliance with the law, to ensure public information is actually available, because ultimately, to become public, the reports need to be tabled. And the ministry only tabled its 2013-14, 15-16, 16-17, 18, and 19 statements last month. We're concerned, obviously, that they're not meeting the requirements of the law as far as being open and transparent with the public when it comes to the table of the information. There is cost savings, for sure. As mentioned before by the CFO, to get to a point where the ministry is caught up, it would mean duplication of work or additional work being done by external resources, which is an added cost that's currently not being budgeted for. And then, of course, the years that we're referring to, 2020 to 2023, again, those years have lost a lot of relevance. The EPS, which is the parent company for government, has actually finished its audit, and that's already being signed off by myself. The 2023 is going to be finished basically by March of this year. So again, having a subsidiary entity requiring an audit when the parent is already completed is irrelevant. So again, there's cost to be saved by not doing those 3 years audits as well.
Almost done, Chris. Mr. Chairman, for context of the listening audience and some relativeness, I did hear the CFO say that the cost is already put aside, so the money is available, if I understand correctly. But your point of we don't necessarily have to spend it, which means there's a cost savings, I get, and I think the listening audience will as well. But I want to examine one thing, and I'm going to ask you, AG, to answer this, because the listening audience and this committee needs to understand the significance of what I obviously heard the CFO gave his opinion, but as the Auditor General for this country, your viewpoint on potential damage of a disclaimed backlog audit. How bad? Obviously, naturally, you heard, it doesn't look good for them and all that, but I'm not here about people's emotions or how they look. It's not nobody in this room that caused these delays. But how bad is it in the bigger term of Ministry of Health if they were to get that kind of audit? Is it worth that compared to the savings and the time component?
Through Mr. Chair, I think it's also important to mention that the intent that was proposed with regards to the disclaimer plan was to do a compliance audit basically for the same period of time, 2020, 2023. So there is a level of assurance still provided on the numbers. The disclaimer, yes, is considered to be a poor opinion. That is the reality. But we have a contingency measure in place to ensure that the public still gets a level of assurance with regards to money that had been spent during that period of time. So there is basically a mitigation to the disclaimer, and that is compliance audit being done for the time period. The compliance audit basically doesn't have the same rigor as a financial audit. It'll be less time and less cost, but they will still provide a level of assurance to the public about funds that have been spent.
If I could just chime in here for a little bit and just maybe give some bit of a clarity here in terms of this suggestion of having the disclaimer. I mean, precedents already exist within the government for doing this. And we did it back, I think, was it 2008, 2009 period that, things got so badly backlogged and, the Ministry of Finance was struggling to get those audits completed, and the audit office as well. The decision was taken, and, well, did any one of you know that? You knew about it, but I mean, nobody talks about it. I mean, understand it's a way to conveniently deal with things and get you back there. My concern really is the transparency and the accountability aspects of it. But I want to ask you both a question. I don't mind who answers it. I know you all haven't been there that long, but how in the world did the ministry get in this mess? Because it was, so many years now that are outstanding in terms of completing these audits. Can you shed any light on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I will allow the CFO to address that. But from my perspective, from what I'm aware of, we were short definitely in the staffing, financial staffing. Now we do have a full complement of team to address some of these concerns, but I'll hand over to the CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am aware, or we are aware of in prior years where disclaimer of opinions were issued. And that comes back to the point I was making as well. Even though a precedent has been established, one of the concerns is that that precedent can be used as a way of circumventing the statutory obligation for completing the audits. As I've mentioned earlier, we effectively completed our 2019 audit at the end of 2024. It was officially signed off in February 2025. And we have been pushing to start the next audit. To date, we have not commenced that audit. And we are had we commenced the audit earlier, maybe we would have completed one or two more of those audits. In terms of how we got into this backlog, I cannot answer that directly, But what I can say is normally when an entity gets into a backlog position, even if it's one audit or two audit, it tends to be because that entity tends to fall deeper into a backlog. Because what would have happened, for example, with the ministry in the past as well, is that in general, auditors tend to focus on their current audits first. So normally in the past, they would have worked on the current audits, the ones that are up to date, and then come to the ministry, let's say, after the end of April, when those current audits are completed. Rather than, it's not like they would be focused or working on the ministry throughout the year. In the past, a lot of the years, they would come after working on the current audits. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if memory serves me right, and to be fair to the CFO, I think that this is an issue he actually inherited. I think he inherited this mess. So I don't want the listening public out there to think that the current CFO is the reason why this went off the rails. It is not. He inherited a mess. That much I am aware of. What I can say, Mr. Chairman, and through you to the committee, is that the purpose of financial accounting, and I'm going back to my basic days now, I've been under this a long time, is to provide timely information, relevant information, useful information. A 2020 audit, 2021 audit or whatever at this point, well, I guess it's to decision makers, people like us who use it, is absolutely at this point right now no use to anyone. That much I can say. If we believe that monies are stolen or resources have gone elsewhere, then I think that's a complete different story. But for right now, I think, at least I don't think that there's anything untowards with the financial information that is missing. But what I can say is that, and you said earlier about, tend to focus on the current audit first. Well, the balance sheet is known as a statement of permanent accounts. It is almost impossible to have a clean audit if your opening accounts, your opening statements, your balance sheet is incorrect. And the balance sheet has been incorrect now for donkey years. So at this standpoint, Mr. CFO, I recognize as an accountant, you're tempted to want to get everything I's dotted and T's crossed. But what I can say to you is that as a member of the Public Accounts Committee and a member of Parliament, information going back to 2018, 2019 at this point, at least I can speak for myself, is completely irrelevant. It is untimely, and it will serve at this point no use. The numbers that we are more interested in inside this Parliament, it deals with NGS 55 and HA2. And I can tell you, we can tell from what we approved on here what the amount is. So all you record it versus what is reported is irrelevant. We also know what we approve. So there's also that check and balance, unless, of course, you overspent. What I'm more concerned about is looking at your balance sheet. You have an accumulated, earlier, the chairman had asked the previous Ministry of Home Affairs concerning their accumulated deficit and the impact it would have on their financial statements. As it stands right now, your financial statements have your ministry in a deficit position of, over $16 million, which I think that is something that needs to be fixed more than quicker to be compliant with the law. What I would say to you, and as ultimately the main advisor to the ministry, is to take the offer, just clear the backlog, and move forward. Because every year you're going to have the same problem over and over and over, and it's not going to be fixed. So just take the offer, do the backlog, clear the backlog, whatever opinion that needs to be taken, just take it, and just move forward. You didn't inherit the mess, you didn't cause it, and it's almost next to impossible to fix it. So I would just say to you, that is my honest advice to you as a fellow accountant, just take the offer, move forward. Because for us sitting in this Parliament and the listening public, I can tell you, it's really at this point immaterial or irrelevant to us. At least I can say that much for me. What I can also say to you is that I commend your commitment to trying to get it done. But at the end of the day, we are where we are. It is what it is. You know what I mean? And like I said, I know you've been trying your best. I've seen your work. And yes, I see the adjustments and the different classification. But what I can say to you is, going back to the Auditor General standpoint, when your assets are about $100 million, $30 million, any you want to slice it or dice it, is still material. When your expenses are around $60 million, $5 million, $10 million, whatever, is still material in that standpoint. And while we have come a long way in government as a whole, because I remember when the current speaker was chair of the PS, he was threatening to basically jail people, lock people up for not producing government accounts. We have come a long way. But nonetheless, there's still a lot more work to be done in that regard. And I just want to commend you. I do go through people's financial statements, and I have my own way of evaluating accountants and everything else. And from that standpoint, I can't sit back and say I'm losing sleep in your ministry based on what I know that you bring to the table. You have other people that keep me awake at night in government. I can assure you you're not one of them. You know what I mean? There are other issues to be dealt with. So I would just say to you, just try to get it cleared up and just move forward, and don't waste any more time or public resources on going back to something that far, because at this point right now, that information is not going to help anybody in this parliament, at least that I can think of.
Mr. Chair, just quickly, I just want to join voice with my colleague, MP Saunders. CFO, as you indicated earlier on, and I'll also join voice in terms of, as you stated, understanding the feeling you have in terms of making sure that the work gets done. But as you indicated earlier on, when you, and this is my paraphrasing of what you said, when you find yourself in this kind of a backlog hole, it's hard to climb out of it. I agree. I think grab the rope that's being thrown, climb out, and let's restart and just move forward. The years that we're discussing is gone, long gone, and let's just do what we need to do, move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there's still some questions, though I think we're getting some suggestion direction. And that's for the ministry to decide, and hopefully after this hearing, communications will come to a point where we can have some resolve and get some up-to-date stuff. But I want to also ask about confidence, because regardless of whether we do this disclaimer or not, I have to ask the question is, how can we be confident that within those 5 years that those books were okay? What can you tell me? And again, I also want to double down on what my colleague said. This is not something that this is something you inherited. So there's a level of sympathy for the circumstances, but you are the person in the chair today. And my job is to, as a member of Public Accounts Committee, is scrutinize the accountability factors, and I'm going to do that on behalf of the good people. So how do I feel confident that the financial management over that 5-year period without audits were clean, clear, nothing happened, no funny business? That's the purpose of audits. Can you tell me? Is there anything you can say? I'm not suggesting that there is anything wrong, but I have no confidence because there's been no audit. So what do I tell my people?
Mr. Chair, through you, just one moment.
Mr. Chairman, through you, while they're conferring, to Mr. Sanders, to Mr. Bryan's point, to provide the assurance and confidence, like I mentioned before, my office will still do a compliance audit over that time period. So you'll still have a degree of assurance to indicate that there's no potential risks or abuse. It wouldn't be as detailed or comprehensive as a regular audit, but it would still address the higher risk areas and give some level of confidence.
Mr. Chairman, if the CFO is minded, I'm happy to take that as an answer and leave it there, because I don't want to have to make it any more worse than it is. But it's your privilege.
Through you, Mr. Chair, honorable members, thank you for the comments. Member Mr. Saunders, honorable member, honorable deputy leader of the opposition, and the other members, thank you for your comments. They're duly noted. Part of our process every year, like I said, we prepare our financial statements and we do submit them. So even though they haven't been audited, those financial statements, the information is submitted and the information is available. And in terms of confidence as an accountant too, that's why we have been pushing to actually do the audits. There is no better confidence than the actual audit themselves. If we are going to go the route, the comments are duly noted, if we're going to go the route of a disclaimer of opinion, I do believe that we have to be very transparent with the process. If it's an issue of cost and resources, that needs to be clearly stated as the basis for a disclaimer so that the public is aware or the relevant stakeholders are aware. So transparency would be a key part of that process. So if it's costs and resources, which I can understand, I would ask that we be transparent. A compliance audit does not negate or substitutes or replaces the obligation for a statutory financial audit. There are two different types of audits with different objectives. So transparency is something that we would ask for as part of that process, to be clear.
Thank you, CFO. And just to wrap up, because I think we are somewhat 99% there to say that, you know, that the ministry is open-minded and willing to consider a disclaimer approach as long as transparency is available. So let's take that win for now and can confirm that in probably the final report of the hearing after further dialogue with the two entities. But I want to now ask about the most important part is, what are we doing to make sure this does not continue to happen? Because I did hear the acting chief officer who so adequately responded about staffing issues, and that's no longer an issue. So I'm thinking that may be the answer. But is there any other systematic issues that will continue to, hypothetically speaking, we do the disclaimer, it's all resolved, you get your transparency. What procedures are the ministry doing to ensure that we don't find ourselves in this situation again?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for that question. I can confirm that internally that we have started our collection process for our financial statements, for our annual reports, and that we do send out to our departments the statutory dates. And we have so far, since I've been in the ministry since 2021, we have received that information in a timely manner. And that is something that we will continue to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some other questions about other areas, but I do see my colleagues may have potentially some questions further on the audit process.
Yeah, I just have one question on this issue. Just curious, so in terms of the person who would decide, the decider-in-chief, so to speak, in terms of whether you go down the disclaimer route or not, who is that person? Is that the chief officer? Is that the minister? Who would be making that decision?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that would be the chief officer and the chief financial officer. And the chief financial officer, yes. The chief officer and the CFO within the ministry would be making that executive decision in discussion with the minister. Right,
so there's one boss, I would have thought, that would be making the decision. So is it the chief officer or is it the minister? I don't... It's the minister? Let me hear the chief officer, if you don't mind, member. Well, let me hear the chief officer first, if you don't mind, member.
So the decision is usually communicated after discussion with the minister by the chief officer. The minister and the chief officer and the CFO would dialogue, and the direction or the communication regarding the decision would come from the chief officer.
Not the minister?
Chief Officer would be speaking on behalf of communication from the Minister.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, just so we're clear, absolutely clear. The funds that we vote here in Finance Committee is appropriated to the Minister. Every member, every MP sees when we go through it, and every public servant that come here, we talk about appropriation to the Minister of Finance, appropriation to the Minister of Education. The funds that we have allocated, the Parliament have allocated in the past, was to the Minister. The Minister has a responsibility, just like when they come down here and read all the 11.5s and they bring their Section 12. The Minister has the constitutional responsibility to report on the funds that have been allocated to them. The funds that we're talking about here, or these audited numbers, are funds that are monies that have been approved by the Parliament, by the Finance Committee, to the Minister, and they're supposed to report on it. So the only person who can ultimately make that decision, so we're clear, is the Minister, because the Minister is constitutionally responsible for the funds that have been allocated to them. So that is not even something for the civil servants to even entertain. You go and you have the discussion with the Minister and say, this is what is on the table. The Minister then, in consultation with her boss, the Premier, will ultimately make the decision. So, but there is an obligation by law that, as the CFO had made clear before, that this is something that ultimately still has to come back to be discussed in Parliament, because there is a requirement to comply with the law. And in this situation, there are some non-compliance issues here that has other implications. So it's not as straightforward as we just saying this, and willy-nilly, because this is still the public's money, and there's certain responsibility that goes with it that should include both the Cabinet and the Parliament at the end of the day in terms of this decision. So let's just be clear with that right here now of the magnitude of this. So while we may gloss over this issue, this is still a very serious issue, because this is still dealing with public monies not being accounted for in the way in which they should be accounted. So this is not something that can just easily be just, well, let's do this, let's do that. We have suggestions that we'll support once it comes to the Parliament ultimately, but it is a process.
Mr. Chairman, in light of much of the commentary, I think it would be dangerous to ask the civil servants to, particularly without consultation of the Minister, to give any commitments to this committee. I'm certain that they can, in writing later on, do so. But I think we're well on our way in a positive perspective. I wouldn't recommend much further unless they feel free to do so on their own. I would like to change the line of questioning now. I think that we will find resolve after this hearing. Is that okay if we can move on?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for that, and thank you for the comment, MP Saunders. Yes, so that's what we wanted to say, that we would have to go back to our Minister before we can make any sort of decision or provide any additional response on the way forward.
And I think we've litigated this issue long enough. And yes, so let's change the line of questioning.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to get into a little bit more of the things that may be causing some of those audit problems, which is the healthcare in itself. And the Ministry of Health is the key policy driver of the overall healthcare of our country.
MP Brian, just to crave your indulgence just for one moment, because I did have something else on that same subject. I know we've talked a lot about the backlogged audits, but my question today is, even if that goes forward, whether that goes forward or not, how close are we, and this question is between the CFO and AG, how close are we then to getting what we have come up with that is relevant, which is the 2024 audit. We are dealing with the 2024 audit report. How close are we to getting the ministry audited for 2024?
Through Mr. Chairman, the intent from the conversations last year of disclaiming 2020 to 2023 was to start 2024 in calendar year 2025, so that in calendar year 2026, we would actually do 2025 financial year, which means in 2026 calendar year, we will be up to date. Because the ministry wasn't in agreement with the disclaimer process, we've actually had dialogue for the last few months, basically. And today, as you can see, obviously, we're still dialoguing the matter. If we can get a decision within the first quarter of this year, we could potentially have ourselves in a position where we can do 2024 and 2025 within this calendar year, so that by 2027 calendar year, the 2026 audit will be completed and they'll be back on track and back on time.
Thank you very much. That answers my question. And I would just like to encourage our officers here to have that dialogue very early and get a specific direction from the minister so that this can go forward. So we don't want next year PAC to be in the same position again, question you about these backlogged audits, and if we can get it up to date for 2024 and 2025, that would be wonderful. So thank you so much, and I just implore you to make that a matter of urgent national priority, because in my mind it is a priority, because the minister has not been properly audited for so long, and it is public funds. So it is a serious matter. So I would just encourage you to do that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, through you, I want to go into the healthcare expenditures, which obviously some of these reports, we're talking about cost and trying to savings and so forth. I'm troubled by something where I see a common practice that the healthcare environment, particularly the one that we're in charge of, HSA, as well as ministry, allowing, in my mind, allowing decisions to be made that don't seem practical. I've seen where the Health Services Authority have expanded into areas that is already adequately being offered within the country to compete, to not even be able to cover costs for it. And also referrals going to overseas, where the cost to do the services are more expensive overseas than they are right here on island. And I'm kind of lost as to what is the national health plan from the ministry's direction, recognizing that the authority is an authority and has its own controls, but it also has direction, and if necessary, the ministry through the policy and minister, and I'm not here to actually talk on behalf of the minister, but what has been the advice of the ministry technocrats as to this behavior, which I've seen over the last, I would say, 3 to 5 years of expanding for what I perceive to be no logical reasoning. Any thoughts and direction from the ministry as to where we're going from a national perspective, because it's seeming to be just costing us more money?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Chair, through you. There are a few components to addressing the concerns that you have raised. One, we need to ensure that our national health strategy and plan is in place, and we're developing that. We anticipate that this year there will be a rollout and start of that for the nation. The second is looking at the governance. That would include looking the revision of like the health practice, the health HSA's Act, which governs or speaks to the way in which the ministry gets involved with how HSA operates, and also even the application of the Public Authorities Act. However, the ministry is also looking at having a revision of the governance structure of HSA, and they have put out an RFP and have secured a client or secured a vendor to actually oversee an audit regarding governance and how that would work with the ministry. We're also internally restructuring how we have a partnership with HSA to look at some of the purchase agreements and some of the other governance things that we have with them. So that is something that will be developed further within 2026 by Q3.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Based on your answer, it sounds like there seems to be a culture or an attitude within the ministry that there is acceptance to what I've said is a concern, which is we're not sure what the plan is in the expansion of HSA and what they're doing and whether it actually makes sense for the overall national health care plan. I feel like there's an entity kind of going off doing their own thing. So my question is, is the ministry advised on these significant decisions, like partnering with entities that services are already available in Cayman? How do you decide who you partner with, or how do they decide on whether they should go into a significant new area of health care that is already provided? Because I don't think the HSA wants to compete with every kind of medical procedures being offered. It just can't financially do so. So how is the decision made? And does ministry have oversight of that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. In essence, the HSA Act doesn't allow the ministry in particular to have oversight in the way in which you're asking. That is actually decided through the board. However, the board is supposed to consult with the minister and is supposed to provide presentations, reports, and analysis of the plans that they have. And in recent years, that has commenced. What has happened before, I'm unable to speak to that. But I do know that our current minister is addressing the concern that you are raising as in reference to oversight and clear communication with the board that governs some of these decision-making.
Thank you so much, Acting Chief Officer. You just referred to they have done that in recent years. Some of the most recent expansions, that significant multi-million dollars worth of expansions into new services with heavy equipment and land acquisitions have been done in the last few years. So based on that analysis, they would have had to have briefed the minister, and I'm not sure if get permission would be the question, but more so have advised them. But I guess technically speaking, the Authorities Act allows them to act without the minister's permission. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mr. Chair, through you, in essence, that's kind of the sum total, yes. I wouldn't say that it would act without the minister's permission, but they do have, once they operate within a certain parameter as stated by the Act, then they're all right to do so.
Okay. Is there concern within the ministry that the HSA have overexpanded itself?
Mr. Chair, through you, I'm unable to speak on behalf of the minister for that, but I can say that within the ministry, what we have recognized is that HSA was built as a hospital for 30,000 people. We now have close to 90,000 persons on island. So the expansion that they have undertaken in many cases is in order for them to accommodate the growth of our population.
Okay. Is there any particular areas that they have ventured into recently that the ministry, and I don't want you to speak on behalf of the minister, because the expansion wasn't done under this minister, so you can't speak for that either. But there must be either analysis, reports, or thought processes as to, well, that's good, they're doing that, or I'm not sure if that's a good idea, based on the direction of the healthcare providers in the Cayman Islands. So is there anything that they've gone and expanded into that maybe the ministry said, I don't think that was a good idea?
Mr. Chair, through you, at the moment, we haven't expressed any concerns regarding their expansion.
Okay. The other question, forgive me, my computer just went to sleep. Maybe that's a sign that I should probably go and get some rest myself. But I'm on the people's job, so no sleeping. There has been some recent discussions and even reports about remuneration for board members. We will be talking to the CEO of HSA tomorrow, and I'm quite sure that the witnesses of tomorrow may be paying close attention to today's proceedings. I suspect that that's the case. But I can't come back to you after they come, so I have to ask you some of these questions. There's been significant concerns about the remuneration for board members. Ministry does have involvement in remuneration, policy direction, but there's been many claims of abuse, and I'll just keep to that amount right now, just the word abuse of remuneration what is the ministry's thoughts and views on the allegations of abuse? And I know there's an internal report going on now, but the ministry must have some concerns about that, and if so, can you speak to it?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we are aware of the numerous concerns and areas for review of the remuneration of the board, and the ministry has taken steps to actually address those concerns and to ensure that they are being paid timely and that they're being, not timely, that they're being paid, compensated appropriately for the work that they do, but also that it is within financial constraints and appropriately. So, for example, we have changed per meeting payments to monthly meetings, and we have done this through the consultation with the DG, who is responsible for reviewing board remunerations for government and SAGC boards. And based on his guidance, we have recommended a payment per month, not per meeting, for the chair, the deputy chair, and the other members of the board, which will significantly reduce the cost.
Thank you so much. Through you, Mr. Chair, we have heard of those changes in the public domain, and I think most people would celebrate that change. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, obviously you made a change because what was there wasn't good, because you wouldn't have changed it. But the word I say, abuse, is going to be scrutinized even more. Is the ministry's viewpoint that there was abuse done? And if so, outside of making the change to it, is there any other further actions or reports that's going to highlight what the abuses were, if any? I'm trying my best not to be too direct, but these are the discussions and thoughts that are out there in the public domain as to claims of inappropriate meetings that weren't really meetings and getting compensated for it. And as a PAC member and a member of the public, we want to see what the ministry's viewpoint is on that and what they're doing about it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the ministry did have an internal audit report commenced, and it has been finalized, presented to the ministry, and the recommendations of that internal audit have been implemented and are being implemented as we speak. As one of that is also that we're looking at the governance, that we brought in the external provider to conduct another audit of the governance. But in terms of the recommendations within the internal audit, one of them was actually looking at the remuneration and changing that per meeting to per month, and many of the other recommendations are being addressed through the ministry and through the HSA board themselves.
Okay. I'll wrap up this area by saying this now then. It doesn't seem like there's going to be any addressing of the past, but more so fixing everything, so moving forward to the future. No discussions of, I heard that there's been a recommendation for the potentially, and I say this slightly, potentially abused meetings to be paid back, the amounts of monies that were paid for those meetings. Is there any such recommendation that is being considered or has been or is in the process of being considered?
I can only confirm that the recommendations are being considered by the ministry and that they're liaising with HSA to address those recommendations.
Thank you so much, Ms. Babette. I'll leave it to my colleague now.
Mr. Chairman, just through you to the witness. The HSA law requires that a member, the chief officer for the Ministry of Health, or the nominee is a member of the HSA board. Who is the person from the ministry or the chief officer that attends the HSA board meeting?
Currently, it's the chief officer that attends that meeting. In the past, at times, myself as deputy chief officer attended.
Okay, thanks very much for that. Now, between 2022, 2023, and 2024, there was a total of 330 meetings by the HSA. how many of those, and you can provide this information afterwards, how many of those meetings were attended where the chief officer or yourself was present of those 330 meetings? And that is something you can provide afterwards, and I expect you to have that. Then the next thing I'm curious about is, I know, similar to the Minister of Finance, who also is a nominee on that board, I remember from a previous life where at the end of the HSA board meeting, I will usually get a rundown or a breakdown or a report from that the nominee or the representative from the Ministry of Finance. What is the process inside the Ministry of Health where once they've attended these meetings, what information is provided to the minister post those meetings?
Mr. Chair, through you, to answer the first question, I'll go back and get the specific numbers for you, but I can confirm that for myself personally, I attended every monthly meeting that was held. That would account for 11 meetings per year for meetings, because all of the additional subcommittee meetings, the non-paid members were not required to attend that. So myself and the representative from the Ministry of Finance would not be at those meetings. So we would only be attending, let's say, 11 meetings per year. So if it's a 3-year period you're asking me for, that'd be 33 meetings out of that 300 and something. In reference to what's presented back to the ministry, what's presented back to the ministry is any reports that come from the subcommittee, any reports that come from the chief executive, any additional reports from the board itself, that information would be presented to the minister, and also the finalized minutes would also be presented to the ministry electronically. And if any issues came up that were of concerns, they were automatically shared with the minister or the chief officer within a timely manner.
I would strongly, and again, I don't know what the minister would ever see, but what I can say is, was it Karen from Ministry of Finance? The updates that she used to provide used to be very, very effective, so much so that we actually had flagged the issue of the abuse of those meetings long before it came in the public light as it did. So in other words, you're saying that 33 of 330 meetings is pretty much what the ministry would have attended.
Mr. Chair, through you, yes, because we do not attend the additional subcommittee meetings, which there are, I think, 6 subcommittee meetings.
So on the finance subcommittee meeting, there is no, because in the past, I remember, God bless his soul, Daniel Rattan from the ministry used to attend the finance subcommittee meetings for the HSA. So the finance subcommittee meeting, there is nobody from the ministry present on that committee.
Mr. Chair, through you, not that I'm aware of.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, Acting Chief Officer, your ministry really and truly needs to get their governance game tightened with regards to the HSA, because you're talking about an institution that is spending roughly $250 million a year, and it is almost as if though they were running an autopilot to some extent, that Alibaba and the 4 thieves could have literally sit down and swindle $828,000 out of this country over 3 years. So that is one of the things I will say. I had a good chat with the minister yesterday, and in fairness, the conversations I've had with her, yesterday we had 2 conversations, I'm a little bit more at ease in terms of where she has outlined the plans that she has. And I am less worried now than I was before based on my discussion with the minister. So she seems to be on the right path, and she seems to want to do the right thing. So I will give her that benefit. But what I can say is that, and I think MP Bryan was trying to get to that point, the days of the HSA running on an autopilot from the Ministry of Health, that needs to be looked at to some extent, because there's just too many going on, and and you'll see from tomorrow's meeting some of the stuff that has come out of it. You'll understand why. 63 million, almost 64 million of audit adjustments in 1 year is cause for concern. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, it is still a government entity, and it is still being run or being controlled by the Ministry of Health. So that's just one of the things to take care of. The other issue that I just want to touch on, again, comes back to the whole governance, is in terms of what information exactly does the ministry receives from the HSA on a monthly basis or a weekly basis, on a regular basis.
So through you, Mr. Chair, on a monthly basis, what we do receive from them, from the HSA board, we do receive the various monthly reports from the CEO, reports from the subsections, subcommittee meetings, we do receive that. And then from a financial basis, I'll allow the CFO to respond on that. So those reports are operational reports that we will receive, and any other financial things, I'll ask the CFO to speak to that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question, member. In terms of the finances, we do receive, they would submit their annual financial statement. It goes through the ministry, the budget and so on goes through the ministry. As a statutory authority, they are, they have their own, they're semi-autonomous, so the information flows through. They prepare their own information. On a month, we administer, of course, all of the outputs. So those information we get on a monthly basis in terms of spending, the amounts we need to pay them and so on. There isn't currently any official report on a monthly basis. We do receive annual, their financial statements and so on that flows through us.
So on a monthly basis, you guys don't get their financial statements because they're required to basically produce monthly financial statements. You guys do not get monthly financial statements from the HSA?
Those monthly financial statements, they would send a monthly financial report to the Ministry of Finance, the Treasury Department, for consolidation within the EPS. If I may also add, we do get now their core semi-annual reports as well, with their performance and financial information.
Mr. Accountant General, help me, please.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I would expect as a sitting board member, you would be presented with financial statements each month at the board meeting. Are you saying that you're not receiving that?
We're not always presented with monthly financials for HSA, no. But when they are presented, they're sent to the minister and the chief officer.
Hold on, let me get it straight now. Are we basically saying now that an entity that generates $250 million a year of activity, which is an average more than $20 million a month, is not producing monthly financial statements?
Mr. Chair, through you, I'm not saying that they're not presenting monthly annual statements. I think myself and the CFO are saying that those annual monthly statements are not always sent directly to the ministry on a monthly basis.
Okay. I don't know if you, well, through you, Mr. Chairman, and this is where I'm worried now about the support that goes to the minister. Because unless you have the right technocrat support going to the minister, how can we expect, we can have a separate conversation, the minister as politician to politician, and I know she's probably listening. But from a technical standpoint, from a support standpoint, even from a monthly standpoint in terms of giving the minister a progress report, don't you all think it's something fundamentally wrong that so much activity is going on at an entity that the minister has constitutional responsibility for, that nobody's providing the minister with that kind of information?
Mr. Chair, through you to answer the question, as I stated before, on a monthly basis, once the meetings are held and all the reports that are prepared by HSA, they are presented to the minister. Sometimes that will include, if it's either, say it's January and February, but she will, on an annual basis, have all of the monthly reports, the financials and everything. It might not necessarily be exactly for January, you get in January, February, you're getting February, but all of the information will have been presented to the ministry through minutes, through reports, through subcommittee reports from the core board.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the witness, earlier said there were 330 meetings held over 3 years. Is it safe to say at a minimum that the ministry received at least 330 minutes of what those meetings represent?
It is safe to say that any minutes that were produced by HSA, that they were sent to the ministry and they were presented to the minister.
So when the board members got paid for cutting ribbons, there'll be no report for that?
Safe to say that if that's in the report, the minister would have been aware of that.
Mr. Chairman, I recognize now that the governance concerns that I have been escalated, and to the point where I know the Deputy Governor will be a witness later on, and I think at that point right now, my remaining questions on governance needs to be directed to the Deputy Governor.
Mr. Chairman, in light of my colleagues' wrap-up, I just want to finalize 2 or 3 more questions for the Acting Chief Officer. I want to say thank you again so much for being so candid about your answers and informative. The country is growing. We can see that. We've seen reports about liabilities of our aging population in the last Auditor General's report. I was going down a line of questioning earlier about expansions and so forth, and I'm trying to look at the macro level, and I try to think about liabilities to core government. And naturally, your response was, HSA will, and I know you can't speak for HSA, but you're given a concept of where the country is growing, so they'll expand their services. But I want to know if it's the view that as the country grows, HSA will continue to grow, as opposed to recognizing they don't have to do every service available. You can outsource some of those services to other entities. There's a number of entities at Doctors Hospital, you got Health City, you got Doctors Express, you got, I mean, I'm not here to promote any particular entity, but what I'm saying is I'm concerned that we are going to continue to add on liabilities by expansion of the hospital rather than just saying, let another entity take on the core capital outlay and just buy the services from them just as much as we're buying it from HSA, because it ended up coming back on us on a liability perspective. So with the aging population, there's going to be continued need for further and further services, particularly with the advancements of medicine. Is it the viewpoint to just continue growing, or is there a strategy of partnerships for our healthcare approach in the Cayman Islands?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for that question. Deputy. Just to confirm that the ministry is of the view that it should be a cooperative approach, a healthcare system, and that we want HSA to focus, is my understanding, to focus on primary healthcare and to focus on the core areas that a public hospital would cater for, obviously with some of the other areas that they could get involved with that they have already started, but not necessarily for them to go out and do anything more than what doesn't necessarily meet the needs of the country in terms of the demand. So the idea is that we're going to work collectively between the private sector and the public sector for our healthcare system, is the way that we look at it, and that will come into play or will be evident when you see our national health strategy and plan.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that, because I've been looking forward to see how we approach that. I think the way we're currently doing it, we're going to overexpand ourselves. I heard you say about core services that we already deliver. So, for example, I think everybody thinks Cayman HSA does an amazing job with child delivery. Everybody thinks it's done well, and if they can get into HSA to have a baby there, they go rather than go in the private sector. And there's core areas that we do very, very well at. I just can't fathom the reason or logic from the limited amount of clients that we have for them to go into some other areas where you need multi-million-dollar machines when it's already being offered somewhere else. And then you come back and your numbers and your budgets and your balance sheets show that you're not making any money on those areas at all. So when you say the core areas, do you have a list of core areas that HSA is focusing on that would be the areas that they will always be in? And what ones have they expanded to, or if there is any that they're planning to expand to that the ministry is aware of?
Some of those core areas I can speak to would include emergency and urgent care, surgical services, diagnostic services, inpatient care, maternity and child health, and specialist clinics that would look at cardiology, oncology, diabetes, and respiratory and mental health, as an example. And they would also obviously cater to pharmacy or have a pharmacy of their own. They'd also look at infection and prevention control, physiotherapy and occupational therapy, and of course nursing and pathology and laboratory services.
Okay. I'm going to leave it there. I'll examine it when you do the healthcare plan, but I definitely want to send a message that we have to be better at partnerships in the island. Because if we don't, the liability will continue. I am very, very supportive of HSA. I'm proud of our hospital, but we can't be everything to everybody because we're going to overextend ourselves. Globally, Cayman is going to find itself in some difficult, tense financial liability positions, particularly with the uncertainty of the markets, and we cannot continue to try to be everything to everybody, and we could be smarter at how we allow our system to develop and not cutting off our nose to spite our face. I'm going to leave that there because there will be a lot more examination of our healthcare system processes as we go further with the government's policy. So, Madam Chief Officer, Acting Chief Officer, thank you so much. You've been amazing. That's all the questions from me today.
Okay, appears like we have come to the end then of our questioning and with regard to this part of the hearing. So I want to thank you both, Ms. Ogaro and Mr. Claxton, for being here today. I know we've asked you some tough questions today, and I would probably guess you felt a little bit uncomfortable, but you answered them as best you could, and I'm grateful for that. For me personally, I go back to what we were discussing first with regard to the audits. I honestly say this, that I don't want to have to come back here next year and we go through this again. And I think we can get there if we can find that right solution and get it done. I do believe it can be done. Be honest with you, we have sat inside this committee room here. I've been chair for 5 years, and we've discussed it time and time again. And, wondering why we can't get the health ministry up to date. So really, I'd really like to see some real progress this year. And I wish you both success in your continuing work. And hopefully we can bring this to a firm conclusion by the end of this year. So we're at the end of the meeting today. So I'll excuse you both from the chambers and wish you both well, and thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that, and thank you to all of the members of the PAC for your questions. We understand it is your duty to ensure that the funds are spent best for the nation, and just to give the commitment of the Ministry of Health that we are doing our best to be financially sound, and that we also have the healthcare system at the heart of what we do, and environment and sustainability, and we will be doing our best. And so thank you for the questions and the opportunity to answer today.
Okay, members of the committee, that concludes today's proceedings. Thank you all for being here. It's been a long session, but I think we will meet again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We're going to meet 9 o'clock in the committee room, and the hearing will commence at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So thank you all.
9:30 tomorrow.
Okay, I'm being told 9:30, so we don't need that much time to really prepare.
Just the same questions.
Okay. We'll meet at 9:30 here in the small committee, the big committee room, and we'll start promptly at 10 o'clock with the hearing.